Okay, right. So this is a webinar by CRU, Clinical Research Unit HPPM. It's about the different types of systematic reviews in the medical and health sciences. Yeah. I think this web it moves a bit slow. Okay, right. If there's any issues or problem, just shout, just shout to me, and then I will stop and pause for a while. Okay, I think you have seen the poster before we start the webinar. So today's we have prepared up to 18 types of different types of systematic reviews presented by the associate members of CRU in HPPM. And the purpose of it, I will explain to you in a few moments. But I want you to actually enjoy these sessions by knowing the different types of systematic review in one breath, in one long breath in the morning, they can get a good picture and glance of what are the important types of a systematic review. Yeah, they are not exhaustive. If you have been reading some of the articles, you know that we still left off a couple of them at least. Yeah. Okay, so each of these talks is kind of rapid fire, it will last within 10 minutes, maybe the injury time of 5 minutes. Yeah, but we try to be able to cover all the way to the ends. On average, every talk will last about 10 minutes. And every talk also have very structured outline that we are going to present to you. What is the aim of that specific type of systematic review? And what is the question format? And I'm sure most of you are aware of the PICO, right? Research questions in planning research. But for each of the different types of systematic review, there is a recommended research or review question format. So try to open the eyes and try to digest, absorb as much as you can. Okay, and most important of all, we also put up for you 2 to 3 examples, and then you can get a very good picture. Yeah. Okay, and this is the main reference articles or paper if you want to read slightly more detail. And of course, many speakers would put up to you many other important references. And I'm sure you'll be given or you have been given the talks material before the start of the webinar this morning or yesterday. And right, so I'm going to give you a very short intro about the systematic reviews in medical and health sciences. So whenever you hear about systematic, it means there is a focus questions, and there must be appropriate criteria already stated by the reviewers before they begin the review project or the review paper or this research. Yeah. And also they must be having some comprehensive search plan in the review. They can't be very selective and do it here and do it there. So there must be some comprehensiveness in the search. At least we would say conventionally at least 3 major databases, yeah, which includes PubMed, which is Medline, and then a Cochrane library, and then either a SciInfo or China or Ovid. Yeah. Okay, and number 4 is actually contains reproducible methods to appraise the validity of studies. So in Cochrane reviews, you always come across something like they call risk of bias assessment, and you can see the colorful, the traffic light. For those in UPM, you are now very familiar with the traffic light color, right? The green, yellow, and red, yeah, in our KPI and being in the meetings, yeah. So these are the risks of bias assessment, and how it is done. It has to be reproducible. It has to be based on validated methods of doing that. Okay, and most important of all, the systematic also refer to there's a systematic way of collecting data from the studies. So they must have piloted and confirmed their extracted form is useful, is collecting what they want to collect, and they do not miss any important ones. Yeah, something like if you want to analyze subgroup analysis, or if they want to have sensitivity analysis, they must have already stated that, yeah, in their protocol. Okay, so these are the main features of systematic review. What does it mean by systematic? And these are the 9 defining features of any systematic review. And first, it has to be very clear objectives and questions to be addressed. And you'll learn from this webinar, depending on your research questions, you should be able to choose the most appropriate type of systematic review to get to your to what you want, to get to the answers to your review questions. And the second one, there must be a very clear inclusion and exclusion criteria, and also stipulated a priori in that protocol. So usually a good review papers, they have been preceded by published or registered protocol somewhere. Yeah. And number 3 will be a comprehensive search to identify all relevant studies. And the most robust the review is, they actually go further to even the gray literature, kind of pre-publications literature. Okay, number 4 will be a process of study screening and selections. It's very clearly stated as well how they do it, how many people are involved. So usually there are at least two persons involved, and the third person will be there to reach a consensus should the two persons disagree to each other. So all this process of screening and selections of papers are very, very clearly stated. And you can see if you have read sufficient numbers of review papers, there's kind of a robust standard way of doing things. Yeah. Number 5 will be appraisals of the quality of included studies. Yeah, this I have mentioned, elaborated a bit earlier on. And also assessment of the validity of the results. Yeah, so they would have this in the review, in the systematic review. Number 6 will be analysis of the data extracted from the included research. So analysis in this review that is most famous to most of us, that you always come across and see the kind of forest plot. Remember the kind of a lot of a diamond and dot and the middle line. So that's a pool analysis. But not all systematic review would have a meta-analysis, which would actually depend on heterogeneity or homogeneity of the included studies. Yeah, so these are the other parts of review process that you want to know. And number 7, one of the defining features will be the presentation and synthesis of the results and findings. There is a unique way of doing it, because the unique analysis here is not the patients, it's every published research. Yeah, and you would actually then imagine one research project could be published in many papers, and a good review would be able to try to actually assimilate or combine or merge all the similar data from more than one papers from one research into that review analysis. Okay, number 8 will be interpret the results and potentially establishing the certainty of the results and making the implications for practice and research, and by also comparing to other similar reviews, and then making a good conclusions about what's the current updated state of the evidence, yeah, for the area. And last of all will be transparent reporting of the methodology and methods. Yeah, again, very good systematic review paper. Usually they would say they would have their protocol published somewhere. Yeah. Okay, and this slide would actually put up to you. I think this will be the most important slide. If you would want to remember from my short talk, would be the purpose of systematic review. It is so important that you want to learn how to do it, and I'm speaking to most of the academicians or students who want to be, going into academia, that doing a systematic review is very, very important. So if I begin from telling you from the first block here is you want to be able to synthesize primary literature, because we know that every day, every month, there are thousands or even up to a year, you have billions of studies in your own field. It could be a lot that you want to be able to synthesize. You want to be able to combine the result of a similar studies and then making sense of it, and that include the ability to assess whether there are any consistency or conflicting evidence in the same area of study or research, and how would that inform you the further study that you can go into. Okay, should all the studies that you combine and you found are good, then you would be able to increase the generalizability of the findings. If you can imagine, if you conducted your study in Malaysia and someone did it in Thailand, in Indonesia, and you all find like something similar, same directions, though it will be different in some strength of the effect sizes, treatment sizes, but because you all combine similar study but at different area or slightly different kind of patients or situations or setting, so you actually increase the generalizability of that evidence. Okay, also systematic review would be allowing us to combine smaller study, smaller study meaning a small in sample size. When you are able to combine them, provided they are of good quality, minimal or no biases, then that will increase the precision or accuracy of the treatment effect or the estimated effect sizes of certain variables in association to other variables. Okay, and also a good systematic review will actually reveal to you, how come no one has done, or has assessed certain effect of certain variables in certain area. So this will actually highlight to us the gaps in the corpus of evidence in the research topic or area. Okay, so in the research enterprise and academic enterprise, scientific research nowadays, it's increasingly important that systematic review is to be done before every trial, and I will actually extend that to every clinical research, because having done a systematic review, you will be able to learn what's happening before, and then to inform you what is the best way forward and to avoid committing the same mistake that people have done and reported. Okay, and if you are putting up a grant proposal, and increasingly also funders, I'm not sure about Malaysia, but overseas, they want to see that you have done a good review of the research area that you want to go into, so that you can put forward a convincing gaps or convincing area that need further research. And also, I think also most of you would know, if a good systematic review that has been conducted, they usually come on top of this hierarchy of evidence. You can say triangle, some say pyramid, whatever, but it used to be, it still sit on the top of the hierarchy of evidence. But you must also realize what go into and would decide the quality of the systematic review. If you have chosen and all that you have selected the studies are of high quality, so that systematic review is likely to be of high quality as well. Okay, so that's from me about introduction, and this will be my summary slide at the end of the day. This is just to remind me and to remind you to stay on, because at the end we have 3 quizzes with a prize, and also you may have an interesting potential collaboration networking in a systematic review project that I will put forward, explain at the end of the webinar today. Oops. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Shu, for the introduction. So shall we move to the next topic, which is effectiveness of reviews. Please welcome Dr. Muhammad Hibatullah bin Romli.
So thank you so much. Let me share my slide first. So okay, I'm sharing a whiteboard. Can you see the slide now?
Boleh, boleh doktor, tapi kecil.
Oh, kecil eh. How about now? Okay, so that I try to make it small. Okay, so thank you so much for coming today. I hope this will give you a glimpse about a systematic review and you will be interested to do more review. Actually, we need more review because there are many questions in our practice now, and then there are lots of studies available and we need for review actually. Okay, for today I will focus on the effectiveness. Okay, studies on effectiveness. So how to do a systematic review on this? First of all, we need to understand, as what Prof. Chu mentioned, okay, there are lots of studies outside there. 75 clinical trials are made available every day. So can you imagine these numbers plus with the existence of predatory or bogus journals, this might become a harm also to our practice because we do not know either this is correct or not, whatever. How about the contradiction between evidence? So that's why we need for a review. First of all, actually to help the practitioners. Okay, because practitioners maybe have some challenges to read the whole articles because they are busy, have limited time and space, okay, limited access to the facilities, okay, and if they read it, they may read the abstracts only, okay, so abstract is not enough to provide the good understanding because there are also some bias available in the paper that needs to be carefully measured also. And with abundance of journals available from the predatory journals, from the low quality ones, so it is difficult for practitioners to know which one is not a good paper and which one is a good paper to follow. So because people always believe evidence, whatever published is trustable. So for our researchers, we need to do that because we help the practitioners and for us to identify the gap, flaws, and limitations where we can use it for our future research for the further improvement of the knowledge. Okay, so as what Prof. Chu mentioned, there are many type of reviews. Okay, and each type of reviews are different. They serve different purpose. And systematic review, if you can see in the red color, is one of it. And even systematic review has several types. Okay, so focus for today is only in the intervention. I will give just a brief things about it. So if you want to see or read and to do a review in a meticulous way, you can go either to Cochrane Library or to the Joanna Briggs Institute or JBI. You can download their guideline and their guideline is really explicit. You can follow it from there. Okay, if you follow it, I assure you it's quite okay. So actually, why we do review? First, to inform clinical decision making, to focus our research question, and we want to explore because we are not looking at one papers. Okay, because of that, we can map on the literature, and we are not including all. Doing a systematic review, we limit to the quality of evidence. Okay, it's not just about the quantity. Okay, by doing that, we need to appraise it. So, systematic review, as I said, appraise and synthesize research evidence. Okay, so we have the guideline. You can look into the guideline, and it is comprehensive. That's why people trust systematic review because you have tried to search as comprehensive as possible. You are not doing a cherry picking. Yes, you do a scope, but not cherry picking. Okay, quality analysis for the intervention, okay, systematic review for intervention study is compulsory. It's compulsory, and if you included the studies, they need to be presented each study in a tabular, means in a table. Okay, so then you need to analyze the quality on the known and unknown evidence. That's why systematic review for the intervention study is actually you know what you want to see. You know what you want to observe. You know what you want to investigate, okay? And actually it is suitable for novice researchers. No worries, because it has guideline, okay? So these are the general protocol of it, okay? For example, define the review question, and then you need to search for the study. You need, after that, select the studies, do the quality analysis, extract into the table. If required, possible, you can do the statistical test, but it's not compulsory, okay? But if you want to do a meta-analysis, you need to do a systematic review, okay? But if you want to do only systematic review, perhaps no need for this meta-analysis, okay? And interpreting and synthesizing the result. Here is what you need to write and need to give focus on when you write a systematic review. For example, on the literature search, you need to mention the electronic database you use, the keywords you use, how you search for it, and the date when you search for it, okay? You need to also explain the inclusion and exclusion criteria, and also how you do the screening and selection, and the data extraction into the table. What aspect, what criteria you look into it, and if you use the quality analysis, you need to use the quality analysis, you need to mention about it, okay? The name, the original developer, how many items, how to read it, how to calculate it, how to interpret the score, and evidence of the tools validity and reliability. And last, if you do a meta-analysis or statistical test, you need to mention about the software and how you decide to pull the studies. For example, the same outcome or the same treatment, okay? And you can do also the final plot for the regression analysis. Okay, so first, to develop the research question, as what Chiu mentioned, you need to use PICO, population, intervention, comparison, and outcome. When you do this properly, okay, it really helps you to develop your keywords also, and it's really help you to develop your inclusion and exclusion criteria. So really, really important when you develop the PICO, okay? I'm so sorry, you cannot see any slide. I received a comment that, can anybody see the slide?
Yes, I can see your slide.
Oh, okay. So, okay. Because I saw one comment. Okay. So many of you can, maybe you need to unpin somewhere. Okay. So we continue back. So if you can do the PICO properly, okay, you can do a good systematic review on the keyword generation and also on the inclusion and exclusion criteria, because you will use that for the searching and selection, and you need to do this as a flow chart, okay? How you select it, you need to check each of the search, okay? You found, for example, 1,000, all that 1,000, you need to cross-check with the inclusion and exclusion criteria you develop based on the title first. After that, you follow with the abstract. After that, then you follow with the full text. So you need to read the full text of the 1,000, okay? But for the intervention study, we select only the highest evidence for that topic. For example, if there are RCT posts are available, maybe we include only RCT. If there is no RCT available, maybe we can include non-randomized control trial. If non-randomized control trial not available, maybe we can include a single subject research design. But usually we will not. We will find the RCT. Okay, that's about intervention study. Okay, compared to other type of systematic review. And when we include the studies, maybe RCT, we can use, for example, experiment intervention, we can use these tools: Pedro, JADAT, Cochrane ROB, CAPS, SSRD, and GBI tool. But for my suggestion, Pedro and Cochrane ROB is good enough. People always use this. Okay. If you are doing in the effectiveness in the medical education, you need to use either Kirkpatrick or NOS-E. Okay, so this is the example on how you tabulate it into table. Okay, I think I take a bit of time. Yeah? So what criteria you need to put? Usually like this. Okay, it's compulsory for the authors and study objective. Maybe you can include, for example, study design if you have to, for example, non-randomized and also randomized control trial, setting and participant, findings, and the procedure or protocol of the intervention. Okay, these are the example. If you look at the top, each study you need to report how you do the quality analysis, Okay. And if you want to do meta-analysis, you can go to this link. There are 13 types of software, and one of it is RefMan from the Cochrane. Okay, but you can do also in Excel and everything. This is the example when you use meta-analysis. For example, you can see here, there's a forest plot, the line and the diamond there. That's actually for meta-analysis. And the next one, the site, is the Cochrane ROB. You can do the Cochrane ROB only, but if you do meta-analysis, you can combine the two. Okay. And for you, if you want to do a further reading, a simple one, you can go to this paper. I think this is really simple for you. Okay. So that's all from me. So in the end, it's actually you already identify what you want to look into, the intervention or treatment you desire. And then usually it's very specific to include on the RCT, and systematic review is a must while meta-analysis is optional. But if you have the meta-analysis, it will increase the credibility of the paper. Okay, by that, thank you so much. I end my presentation.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Hibatullah, for the sharing. So we now move on to the next topic, which is prevalence and or incident reviews by Associate Prof. Dr. Setu Takachisuba. Please welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Suhaida. Thank you all. Very good morning. Thank you to the organizing committee. The topic of my presentation is systematic reviews on incidence and prevalence. The contents include introduction, aim of the review, backgrounds, review questions, review process, and examples. Prevalence and incidence data systematic reviews. That includes the proportion of a population who have a certain disease. That means the prevalence. How often a disease occurs. That is the incidence. This provides accurate measurement. That's the quantified disease amongst population. This is critically important for governments, policymakers, health professionals, and the general population. What is the aim of the review of this? This is to determine the prevalence and or incidence of a certain condition. Indications of this systematic review is this is to monitor trends in disease burden as well as emergence, to describe the geographical distribution. Thus, it provides healthcare planning and resource allocation in order to design further etiological studies. These are the main indications of this systematic review. A bit of background about that. Systematic reviews of prevalence and incidence data are becoming increasingly important as decision makers mainly rely on the usefulness in creating the policy as well as health practice. These reviews have the potential to support healthcare professionals, policymakers, and consumers in making evidence-based decisions that effectively target as well as address the burden of disease issues both now and into the future. Reviews of prevalence and incidence are predominantly derived from observational studies, which doesn't carry any of manipulation. What are the components of systematic review protocol of prevalence and incidence? This is also follow the same basic principles of systematic review of any other types of data, like it consists of title page, title development, kinds of background, review questions or objectives, inclusion criteria, search strategy, critical appraisal, data extraction, data synthesis, results, discussion, conclusion, conflict of interest, acknowledgements, references, and appendices. One by one, we include the title page. That should be clear, explicit, and reflect the core elements of the protocol. When you develop the title page, it should include the phrase, a systematic review protocol. The title should give an indication of the type of the data. For example, prevalence and incidence of depression among adolescents, a systematic review protocol. That should be the way to write the title page. Background, that should be comprehensive and you should cover all the main elements of the topic under review. Next, the review objectives or questions. That should include what, who, where, and when it occurred. For example, to assess the prevalence and incidence of perinatal depression among women in Australia. That consists of what, who, where, and when. The most important in this systematic review is that is the inclusion criteria. As is mentioned in the JBI protocol, the Joanna Briggs, their manual, this mnemonic you can use, COCOPOP, where that includes condition, context, and population. Condition, it's mainly referred to a health condition, disease or symptom or event, whereas context is at a specific setting which is relevant to the review question. For example, if it's in a particular geographic area or country or community or a setting, inpatient versus outpatient, as well as the time period that some conditions may pick at a particular season. For example, this is the incidence of influenza at different seasons and years. So that's about the context. Then comes to the population. Population such as age, sex, race, gender, educational status, individual behavior, and social demographic factors. So most important point in this is inclusion criteria. Next comes the search strategy. Appropriate databases to search should be included. It includes PubMed or Cochrane Library, that should be included. Another important point is, salient point is critical appraisal. This has to be done by 2 independent reviewers. For example, there are various critical appraisal tools available. The Joanna Briggs Institute Prevalence Critical Appraisal Tool, most widely used. And next comes the data extraction, which includes the study details, methods, results, and reviewers' comments. And the following is data synthesis. Depends on the studies involved, either data synthesis by meta-analysis or narrative summary. Then the results, discussion, followed by conclusion, which should include a summary of the major findings, as well as issues related to the quality of the research within the area of interest, other issues of relevance, as well as potential limitation of the systematic review. You should include in the conclusion. Then followed by, you need to have the conflict of interest, acknowledgements, references, and appendices. Even the systematic reviews of incidence and prevalence with limitations. The main issues which is related to difference between different included studies. It includes different study designs, measurements, geographical location, as well as per the statistically, this is inappropriate to combine different studies. How to overcome this limitation? That's why you need rigorous data review and critical appraisal as well as analysis. That can overcome, even though that this systematic review of incidence and prevalence includes different studies, this can be overcome by that. And this is, I followed by some examples. I show you this, one of the articles from the JAMA, where it shows global prevalence and incidence estimates of oral lichen planners, systematic review and meta-analysis, where the question is, what are the global prevalence and incidence of oral lichen planners? Another classical example, another one is from BMC, a systematic review describing the incidence rate and prevalence of dysvascular partial foot amputation, how both have changed over time and compared to transtibial amputation. The questions in this study are, they describe the incidence rate and prevalence of dysvascular partial foot amputation, describe whether the incidence rate and prevalence of PFA has changed over time, describe the causes of variation in incidence rate and prevalence reported, compare the incidence and rate and prevalence of this vascular PF-NTTA. This is another classical example of systematic review of incidence and prevalence. Another example is from the radiography, claustrophobia and MRI, a systematic review and meta-analysis. The question is, what is the prevalence and incidence of claustrophobic reactions in adult patient undergoing MRI? So that's a link is given next to that. And what is the take-home message regarding this prevalence and incidence systematic review? This particular review, systematic review, provides useful information for healthcare professionals as well as policymakers on global burden of diseases, and as well as it provide changes and trends over time in diseases, geographic distribution of diseases. It also provides further research priorities. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Suba, for the sharing. Now we move on to the next topic, which is Cost Economic Evaluation Reviews by Dr. Amelia Afzan binti Muhammad Jamil. Please welcome. Doctor, we can't hear you.
Okay, sorry, I didn't on my mic. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning. Can you all see my slide?
Yes.
Yes,
Can,
Doctor.
yeah? All right, so my topic today is a cost or economic review. This is, of course, not my forte. I'm a clinician. This is some kind of like economist kind of thing, but it is a part of the health systemic reviews or systematic reviews for healthcare. So basically, I will go through the process in simple manners on the cost or economic reviews based on the few papers that I read, and giving few examples of the papers on the economic evaluation reviews. Okay. So what are the aim of the cost effectiveness or economic reviews? So in any societies, in any countries, resources available, including ringgit or dollars, have alternative uses. So in order to make the best decision about alternative courses of action, it is important to assess the cost of a certain intervention, process, or procedures, and hence evidence is needed on the health benefits and the type of and amount of resources needed for these courses of action. Cost effectiveness evaluation or cost effectiveness review is useful for health policy decisions, attempting to achieve quality in healthcare provision to all members of society and to justify the existence of the current development of health services and new health technologies. So the issue of cost effectiveness may be a standalone review or a component of effectiveness review. So the review that was presented by Dr. Hibatullah just now. So it can be a standalone or it can be a combination of effectiveness review. Okay, what is cost effectiveness analysis? Cost effectiveness analysis is a way to determine or to examine both the cost and the health outcome of one or more intervention. So basically, it compares an intervention, a new intervention to another intervention by estimating how much it costs to gain a unit of health outcome, like a year gain or a death prevented. Okay, so there are three groups of systematic review on economic evaluation. It can be a multi-purpose review. It can be a review for informing the development of CPGs, or it can be a review for developing decision analytic models. So both multi-purpose review and review for informing this development of CPG aim to synthesize and critically appraise the existing economic evaluation of the healthcare intervention of the disease in that area in order to inform the policy decisions. Okay, what are the input included? Okay, when you talk about cost effectiveness analysis, one of the input is the net cost, okay, which is the intervention cost minus averted medical or productivity costs. And the next one is the changes in the health outcome. So it's basically the changes of the outcome with a new intervention minus the outcome without that intervention in place. And the example of health outcomes include, example is heart attack and death from the heart disease. Okay. Okay, now we go for the output of the cost effectiveness analysis. So this cost effectiveness analysis is giving information on the health and cost impact of an intervention compared to the alternative intervention or the one that we have now. So if the net cost of an intervention are positive, meaning say it is more effective and more costly, the result is presented as the cost effectiveness ratio. And what is cost effectiveness ratio? Is the net cost divided by the changes in the health outcome. So the example is the cost per case of disease prevented or the cost of the per death averted. Okay, however, if the net costs are negative, meaning say a more effective intervention is less costly, the result are reported as net cost saving. Okay, I just repeat back the cost effectiveness ratio that I mentioned just now. Okay, the cost effectiveness ratio is a summary measure representing the economic value of intervention compared to the alternative or a comparators. Okay, so it is a statistic used in cost effectiveness analysis to summarize the cost effectiveness of the healthcare intervention. So this is the formula of cost effectiveness ratio. The new treatment cost minus the standard treatment cost divided by the clinical effectiveness difference. So for systematic review, the cost effectiveness ratio with its 95% confidence intervals or the result of the sensitivity of the cost effectiveness ratio analysis, sensitivity analysis of the cells will be extracted from the individual studies. So if this is not reported, the incremental cost and effectiveness data between the intervention and no intervention were extracted. Okay, these are the examples of a cost effectiveness analysis whereby the intervention is more effective and more costly. Okay, so this is a study on evaluating the cost effectiveness of treating PID with dual antibiotic treatments because they presume that the women who is having Neisseria gonorrhea infections has a concomitant Chlamydia trachomatis infections. So they compared treating these women who had Neisseria gonorrhea infections with dual antibiotics, comparing it with testing first before treating. So from the analysis, okay, you notice that the cost of the treatment only, the dual treatment, is cheaper than the cost of testing and treatment. Okay. However, when you test, when they do an analysis of cost effectiveness, well, by testing, okay, they actually save 10.6 PID cases. So 10.6 PID cases were averted by testing first. And with that, they are actually saving cost of around $1,000 per PID case averted. So this is how they actually analyze the cost effectiveness for in certain interventions. So which shows that treating the patient only after testing it is more cost effective than simply treated all patients with dual antibiotics. Okay, this is another examples of the intervention is actually more effective and less costly. Okay, so this is the cost effectiveness evaluation of childhood vaccination program. Okay, so you see that the implementation cost is only 7.5 billion compared to the cost averted by medical costs and productivity losses, which is 76.4 billion. So they actually save around 68.9 billion. So we can see because the intervention is more effective and more costly and less costly, and it's actually cost saving, the result is not presented as cost effectiveness ratio, but they are presented as cost saving. Okay, how can this be useful for decision makers? So it is useful in comparing the health and cost impact of different interventions affecting the same health outcome, and also useful for understanding how much an intervention may cost compared to alternative intervention. And the decision maker might find it useful to know if an intervention is cost saving, and if not, how much more it will cost to implement it compared to a less effective intervention. Okay, these are the examples of questions. So we go now for the proper systematic review of economic evaluation. These are the example of questions for cost effectiveness or economic review. What is the cost effectiveness of self-monitoring of blood glucose in type 2 diabetes mellitus in high outcome countries? Okay, so this is the overview of 5-step approach for preparing a systematic review of economic evaluation. Okay, we start off with initiating the systematic review of economic analysis and identifying the full economic analysis. Then the next step, which is step 3, is data extraction, risk of bias assessment, and transferability assessment. And then the next step, or step 4, is reporting of results. And step 5 is discussion and interpretation of the result. Okay, so the outline of systematic review start off with objective and the methods. So we use the same methods, which is following the PICO. Data sources, main outcome measures, and the result. Okay, the next few slides, I will actually explain based on this paper, which is a paper on a systematic review and meta-analysis of cost effectiveness of rotavirus vaccine in low-income and middle-income countries. Okay, so we start off with objective. What are the objectives of this study? So this systematic review and meta-analysis aim to assess the cost effectiveness of rotavirus vaccine in low-income and middle-income countries. Okay, what are the methods? So we go by PICO. P is the population or participant. So population can be the entire world or international population, or can be only a population or subpopulation in particular countries. So in this paper, the population is children less than 5 years of age. Okay, and the country is decided based on the World Bank classification, defining the low-income countries and the low-middle-income countries. Okay, I is intervention of phenomena of interest, which is actually a detail of intervention, and comparator includes the nature of the service, the care delivered, the time and period of delivery, the dosage intensity, cost intervention, personnel undertaking delivery. So in this systematic review, the intervention is rotavirus vaccine. C is comparator or context. So context, including perspective, can also be considered in this type of question, for example, in healthcare setting. So in this meta-analysis or in this systematic review, the comparison is between giving vaccine and no vaccination. Okay, the next one or the last one is the outcome. Okay, the outcome is either only focus on the usage and cost of the intervention and its comparator, or additionally the cost effectiveness of the intervention. Okay, for this paper, the outcome of interest is the cost effectiveness of rotavirus vaccination among the targeted population in selected country, which is the low-income country and low-middle income country. Okay, how does the data of economic evaluations or cost effectiveness analysis extracted? Okay, there are a few checklists, but this for the paper that I mentioned just now, they actually extracted data based on a standard consolidated health economic evaluation reporting, or their CHESS checklist. So the extracted information included the country, the study design, the setting, the characteristic of the cost effectiveness analysis study, the type of intervention, and study outcome. And also the measure incremental or the measurement of the incremental cost effectiveness ratio, which is important. Okay. All right. So this is the CHESS checklist. I think you can Google it out. If you Google it, then they will just type CHESS checklist, and the list will come out like in detail. So what are the data that is extracted for the cost effectiveness systematic review? Okay, the next one after you extracted the data is the risk of bias assessment. I think it was stated briefly by Dr. Hiba just now. Okay, you see, when you talk about economic evaluation, there is the bias for this paper can be intentional or unintentional. Okay, so the bias can occur when there is a difference between the true value in the population and the observed value in the study from any cause other than sampling variability. Okay, it can have either substantial or little impact on the result of economic evaluation, and it may cause the economic evaluation to have a perspective that is too narrow, or may fail to incorporate important costs because of this biasness. And we should be aware of the opportunity cost from the decision made based on the poor quality economic evaluation. Okay, might be due to misleading study findings, lack of transparency and clarity of the reporting. Okay, these are among the criteria that is used to assess for the risk of bias. Okay, it's either in the study perspective, the comparators, the time horizon, the discounting costs, development of the model, the clear reporting, the sensitivity analysis, and the disclosure of the findings. Okay. All right. So, right, there are a few checklists to assess the risk of bias assessment. Okay, but for this particular paper that I mentioned, they use the same checklist, which is the CHESS checklist. So this is how they presented the risk of bias assessment. So if you notice here, they actually look into every papers on all the factors that I mentioned just now. Okay, so if there is a plus sign, meaning say there is low risk of bias. If there is minus sign, meaning high risk of bias. Question mark, meaning say a result is unclear, and NA is not applicable. Okay, this is NA, it's not applicable. All right, the next step is the transferability and generalizability assessment. So I think this one is mentioned by Prof. Chu. So when we conduct a systematic review to identify the economic evaluation, which are applicable to a specific country or setting, or when we want to develop the CPG, we have to, on cost effectiveness data, it is important to determine whether the data is actually transferable and generalizable or not for the certain countries. Okay. So what is transferability? It is referred to the extent to which the result of the study hold true for a different population or setting. And generalizability is defined as the extent to which the result of a study can be generalized to the population from which the sample was drawn. Okay, for example, if the study is conducted in developed country, will it be representative to be used in a developing country? Okay, that is transferability and generalizability assessment. Okay, so these are the example of transferability assessment using Welch checklist. Okay, this is the economic evaluation of ketogenic diet. So the study was done in Netherlands. So they actually assess whether it is transferred or not to UK setting. So this is how they do it using this world checklist. Okay, so the result is in the end whether whatever intervention that we measure is intervention that we test is very or highly cost effective or less cost effective. Okay, so for this paper again, right? So the result is obviously rotavirus vaccine was either very or highly cost effective. Okay, and introducing it to the country of in low income and low middle income countries would definitely be a cost saving. All right, the take home message is cost or economic reviews are important to provide information to decision makers for efficient use of available resources for maximizing health benefits. So economic evaluation is part of health economics, and it is tool of comparing costs and consequences of different intervention. With that, I thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Amelia, for the insight. So before we continue to the next topic, if any participant that have question can leave in the chat box so that the speaker can answer in between the presentation. Okay. So the next topic will be diagnostic test accuracy review by Dr. Omar Ahmed, Fahmi Ahmed. Please welcome. Dr. Omar, we can't hear you.
You can hear me now?
Yes, doctor.
Okay, I will speak from the phone and present from the laptop. Maybe there is a problem. Okay, so my presentation is about diagnostic test accuracy review. So in general, it's the same like any systematic review. However, we will focus on what is the meaning of diagnostic test accuracy. But in general, it's the same like the previous presentation in terms of the steps and all this. Okay, so what is the meaning of a medical test? So in general, when we hear this term medical test, we think it's a lab test or imaging. However, this can apply for a lot of things. For example, patient criteria can undergo for diagnostic test accuracy, like age, gender, race, all this can come under this category. Also, any question in the medical history can apply also on this. Questionnaires, basically we need to know how accurate all these tools to determine certain condition in the patients. So questionnaires, also assessment of questionnaires can come under this category. Clinical examination or any clinical sign during the physical examination can be a tool to be assessed. any laboratory test using tissue or any sample, either fluid or blood or microscopic examination, all kind of imaging, different modalities, also any endoscopic examination. So basically any tool or anything that can tell us this patient has this condition or not can be a topic for a systematic review to test the diagnostic accuracy of this tool. So and is not only used for diagnosis, so it can be used for many things, as I mentioned just now, to determine the patient has this condition or not. So it can be used for diagnosis of a disease, can be used for screening for asymptomatic patients, for prognosis, to know how is the prognosis of the disease, also for staging. We know already patient has a disease, but we this both to determine the stage for the selection of the patient to determine which kind of treatment is more suitable for which patient, also to assess the response of the treatment, and also to monitor the disease still has been go for treatment. For
Dr. Omar, we can't really hear you right now.
cannot hear?
Yes. Yes.
Now can hear? No.
Yes, Doctor. And
Okay.
also, can you put the slide in the slideshow mode?
Which one? Again?
Your slide. Can you
Yeah.
put it in the slideshow mode? Because the participant can't really see the info in the slide. Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So as I mentioned just now, a lot of applications can undercome this category, diagnostic test. Now we move on to what is the meaning of accuracy. Now we know what is the test and what is the diagnosis. So what is the accuracy? Accuracy comparison between the target condition which we're looking for, either a disease or symptoms or whatever. We compare the indexed test, which we're doing the assessment for it, and the reference standard. So the reference standard is defined as the best modality that can tell us how is the presence of this condition. It can be another test, validated test, or another, or like a patient record, any that is approved and there is a consensus about this, that is the reference standard for this condition. So we have to compare or investigate the test against this reference. So it's very important before you go for or to assess accuracy of any test is to understand what is the sensitivity and specificity. I'm sure everybody, or at least many of us, hear this word many times, but we have to understand this because this is a very important when you do a systematic review for diagnostic accuracy test, to understand what is the sensitivity and specificity. So if we look for this table, we have 4 categories of patients. Either they have the condition, we called it true positive, and or they have it, but the test didn't show it, so it's called false negative. So we assess this result between the investigated test and the reference, which is the standard at that time. So when the true positive of the test is close to the standard or even higher, meaning this this test is quite accurate. And also if the true negative is similar to the standard, so meaning the accuracy is acceptable. So the aim of the diagnostic test accuracy review is to find about the test, if there is evidence or not, how many studies tried this test, and also can explain why the result may vary among studies. So when sometimes there is a different or variation in reporting. So when you look for the methodology and the result, maybe the test were used for different population or in different disease. So this can be explained during the systematic review. Also, it can compare the performance of alternative tests. Can be done for more than one test, actually, depending on the studies you can find. And at the end, it helps the reader to put the evidence in a clinical context. At the end, the reader needs to know how they can apply the results of this systematic review in clinical daily use. So the steps for diagnostic test accuracy review is like any systematic review. You have to develop protocol, also set the question based on PICO criteria and all this. But the difference could be in the bias assessment and in the analysis and the presentation of the results. This is what I will focus a bit on it. So for the assessment of the bias, because the source of bias might be different from other papers, so can be from the selection of the patient, can be from the blinding, the verification of the result itself, the test. For example, if you look for a radiology test or imaging, how it was reported and the blinding and all this. Also for the assessment of bias, the tool used is called QUADAS tool, meaning the quality of diagnostic accuracy studies included in a systematic review. This was initially like a 14 question, but now is modified by Cochrane database, become 11 questions, and now it's modified to QUADAS 2. So this can be found on Cochrane website. So for the analysis and the presentation of the result, like any systematic review, you need to summarize your result and present it. But these two important things, we call it summary of findings tables and grade system. So summary of finding table, for example, this is a table. It should ideally cover these 5 categories. So cover the question of the systematic review, the estimation of the accuracy, the available data, what was data reported in the study, and the practical implication of the test, and assessment of quality of the evidence. The grading system is for assessment of the quality of the evidence. So also can be found on the internet. It is 4 categories from very low or moderate or high quality, depending on also the types of the studies and how the research was conducted. This is an example for a diagnostic accuracy test. Is just published last year. So again, if you read it, is similar to any systematic review and meta-analysis. But you just, if you look here, they use the QUADAS 2 tool for assessment of the bias. And other than this, in general, there is no much difference between the diagnostic accuracy test and the other systematic reviews in the methodology and how to conduct it. So just to summarize, and for the take-home message. We just need to understand that diagnostic test accuracy, meaning anything that can tell us about the presence or absence of the condition, and that can be assessed against a standard reference standard, can be a topic for a diagnostic accuracy test review. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Omar, for the explanation. Okay, next we move on to the next topic, which is expert opinion policy reviews by Associate Prof. Dr. Lee Kwan. Please welcome.
Oh, I think Dr. Omar need to stop sharing first, is it? I can't share. Dr. Omar, can you please stop sharing first? Okay, thank you. Yeah, good morning to everyone. Thank you very much for having me. I'm not an expert in expert review or policy review, but I have done some study and explore on this topic. And now I would like to give you some introductions about this expert opinion or policy review. Bonjour, the slide can be seen and my voice is still...
Yes, Prof, and your voice clear.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, let me start with the background of this review. So why we need to have this expert review or policy review is because in the actual situation, in the reality, many clinical questions cannot be fully answered by evidence practice, which is derived from quantitative or qualitative research. Many of the clinicians, they make decisions based on their textbook knowledge. The textbook knowledge meaning that is the knowledge that they accumulated over year from their professional practice or their daily experience or for many years of accumulated wisdom, right? So they use that to make decisions. It is not appropriate that we say that the one is not evident. Therefore, this expert review saying that we need to make decisions based on the expert review, but we need to follow a systematic way. So the expert review doesn't mean that it's from an individual review. They can be from a learned body by a group of experts in the form of consensus guideline. So the keyword here that is we need to have a consensus guideline, which is systematically done. Next, I will tell you about the aim of the review. So the aim of the review actually is to review and synthesize the current expert opinion, text or policy on a certain phenomenon, populations or participant intervention and context. The final goal is to facilitate in decision making in a scientific manner. Let me go into the research question format, which is what I said that is something that we need to do it systematic and in a consensus way. Therefore, it will be similar like many systematic review method. We start with research questions, right? We need to form a research question or objective. We need to have a primary objective and a specific question that we need to have to achieve the goal. Secondly, we need to go for setting an inclusion criteria, then search strategy, then critical appraisal and data extraction. I will go into it briefly one by one. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, so the start of the review that is we need to have a research questions, right? Then we need to have a primary objective and specific objective. I give an example here, which is very briefly to describe primary objective. But for the full paper, I would like you to go to my bibliography at the last of the slide, then you can read further. So let's go to this primary objective. Let's say I want to set a primary objective is to compare and evaluate the health policy position across Cambodia, Thailand, Malaysia, and Sri Lanka as they relate to maternal mortality and the provision of midwifery services. This is my primary objective. After that, I need to have specific questions in this review. So the example of specific question number 1 is, what are the strategies to reduce maternal mortality in Cambodia, Thailand, Malaysia, and Sri Lanka? What are the strategies, right? I need to have this specific question to achieve the objective. Second question, that is, which strategy have had the greatest impact in relation to a change in maternity care practice within the country of interest? First is how the strategy to reduce maternal mortality. Second is which strategy have the greatest impact. Next, move on. Right. So I will need to set inclusion criteria. So the objective of setting inclusion criteria is to reduce the risk of error and bias in the review. It gives us more focus, thereby promoting the dependability and credibility of its findings. So the inclusion criteria I need to set may be something like this as an example. What type of participant? So you cannot simply take anyone in your review. Maybe in this particular context, I need to something that pregnant woman who are receiving care from the skilled birth attendant, right? Type of intervention. What type of intervention? What type of maternity care that they receive in this context, right? Type of outcome. What type of outcome? I want to this one. What type of healthcare policy that has been changed? Something like that as my primary outcome. Then the secondary outcome can be that what type of the pregnant mother outcome. So lastly is about the types of paper or the publication or narrative. So I go to next slide which related to these types of paper related to search strategy. Right. So in terms of search strategy, we need to start from the objective and question. So the review seek to address something that for the first action we need to do, we need to list out all the existing resources, right? We have, which is not an easy task. We need to do it in a group because in review, in this expert review, we can't get the paper which published from the mainstream publisher, let's say Scopus, ISI, SINA, Cochrane, right? All this we say that the mainstream publisher. Because all the clinicians, maybe they have all this text knowledge, but which is not published. Maybe just in their incident report, in their annual report, or any documentation, which we call that gray literature. So I listed here that gray literature searching is also important in a text and opinion review, depending on the clinical focus, right? Can be an operational review, it can be a maternal mortality report, something like that, which is very, very important in guiding us to do decision making. So which the important point here is gray literature. Secondly is the government website, and contacting relevant organization may also be beneficial in developing the search strategy. So government website, sometimes that we give the general view from those policymakers, what are the latest outcome, but which is not statistical proven yet, but there was the idea that we can put into. Next, we move to critical appraisal. Right, the aim of the critical appraisal is a standardized critical appraisal instrument specific for expert opinion, narrative, and text. So there are many critical appraisal, but here I only focus 3, which are the important one. So the first one is the source of the opinion really identified? So where is the source of opinion in your critical appraisal? So we need to really identify, is it reliable? Is it trustable, right? Secondly is, does the source of opinion have standing in the field of expertise? So who are the people that will provide that type of opinion? Who are them? Are they considered expert? What is their position, right? Then thirdly is, are the interests of the patient or clients the central focus of the opinion? So we do this expert review in healthcare. The most important thing is we need to beneficial to the end user, who is the patient, right? We need to patient focus. Next, we come to the last stage, which is data extraction. How we want to extract the data, right? So there's a step. So we extract the data from the document. We need to see that what type of text. Is it a grant literature? Is it a government website, or what sources is it? Who are the person that represented? I mean, who are the one who provide the data? Then we need to see their position. Are they considered an expert? And what type of setting they are? Is it in a hospital or community, or from the war-torn context, or what type of context? Is it a refugee camp or whatever? We need to see the context and the geographical context as well. Also about the cultural context, right? About from the Western or from Asians or from other countries that which have different culture, can group the opinion together. Then number 7 is the logic of argument. How does this opinion being argued? Is it objectively or subjectively argued? And what is the conclusion or the conclusion? Lastly, there will be the reviewer comments. Then we extract the data from those criteria. So after extract the data, another step that is we need to do is the textual data synthesis. Textual data synthesis in this context for expert review is similar like qualitative data analysis, more or less similar, because we start with coding and categorization. So the method of categorization is based on the similarity in meaning and determined by the group of reviewer. So once they agree with the category that we establish, we will read and reread in light of the findings, the illustration, and we need to discuss among the reviewer to come to the consensus to establish a synthesized finding. It means that we must have a statement that can be used as a basis for evidence-based practice recommendation. Okay, my last slide is take-home message, right? So in the absence of statistically proven research finding, the use of transparent expert review or policy review to identify the best available evidence drawn from text and opinion can provide highly content-specific insight to improve everyday clinical practice. So with that, I end my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Lee Kuan, for the presentation. So we move to the next topic, which is etiology and or risk review. Etiology and or risk review by Ms. Nurul Iman Hafizah binti Adnan. Please welcome.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, Iman.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Assalamualaikum and a very good morning, everyone. So my topic today would be on the etiology and also risk systematic reviews. So the three main contents for this presentation is, first, we're going to look at what does it mean by etiologic research, and second, what is the purpose of conducting etiologic systematic review, and the third one, what are the processes involved in writing etiologic systematic review. So this is just a recap on the type of clinical research. So as you can see on the diagram on the screen, that etiologic is a type of quantitative research in which that it is classified under the category of primary research. And usually this type of research would be done to investigate the causal factors or the relationship factors between variables. So as for the background, when establishing the association or relationship between an exposure and health outcome, association studies would be required. So usually etiological studies will examine the association of exposures with disease and their health-related outcomes. So when we are talking about etiology or systematic reviews, the best available evidence then must be evaluated to determine if there is a valid association between these exposure and also outcome. So this is a diagram explaining on how can we look at the association between exposure and also the health outcomes of interest. So what are the types of studies included in these etiologic systematic reviews? So we can see that there are many types of studies that can be included in the reviews, such as retrospective studies, prospective studies, or we also have the longitudinal or cohort studies, or we can also include cohort case control studies and also RCT studies in which that it can be associated, the risk associated with the intervention as well. So how do we decide which type of studies that we are going to include in our systematic reviews? So usually decision to include the types of studies depends on the outcome measurement, whether it is based on the correlation itself, or also the types of analysis involved in that particular studies that we are going to include in that systematic reviews. For example, like if there is any multivariate analysis to address confounders in that particular studies. So the aim of the review of etiology or systematic reviews is first to determine whether or not there is a relationship, and if there is a relationship, to what degree that relationship exists between an exposure and also a health outcome. So what does it mean by exposure? So exposure of interest refers to a particular risk factor or several risk factors that usually would be associated with the disease or condition of interest in a population, group, or cohort who have been exposed to them. So not that other than the risk factor itself, it should be specifically stated or specifically addressed in a specific population or in a specific group. And then in terms of the outcomes, so important outcomes of interest also important because it is usually relevant to the health issues and also important to the key stakeholders in terms of using the knowledge development in terms of consumers, policymakers, and also payers must also be specified. So what is the review question format? So review question in the etiology or the systematic reviews would typically outline the following component. First, we have the exposure, disease, symptom, or health condition of interest, and then the population or groups at risk, or the population or the specific groups that is going to be addressed in that specific research question. And then the third one is the context or location, which may include any contextual factors such as the geographical or temporal or cultural elements relevant to the topic, or if there any specific time period that we want to address, such as peaks at a particular season, or also the length of time, such as the duration of the pregnancy or infancy when relevant. So usually the typical systematic review or the typical research question would consist of PICO question format, which is the population, intervention, comparison, and outcome. But in etiologic or systematic reviews, they would usually typically have these three important components, which is PEO. So as we can see, P is the population, which is the types of participants. So which what are the types of groups, or what are the types of populations that we want to address in our systematic reviews. So usually the selection criteria of the specific population should be justified and reflect sound clinical and also scientific reasoning in which that it should be relevant in terms of the exposure and outcomes to be studied. And then the E is the exposure of interest, which is the independent variables of the study. And the exposure of interest would be typically represented by the factors associated with a certain disease or condition of interest in the population or in that specific group or cohort who have been exposed to them. And then the last component is the O, which is the outcome of interest, which is also the dependent variables. So why O is important? Because O usually would be relevant to the health issue and important to key stakeholders. And also in terms of the outcomes, it must be clearly outlined so that the surrogate outcomes may not be misleading in terms of the measurement of the outcomes itself. So this is the examples of question format in terms of the etiologic systematic reviews. So as you can see on the screen, the examples of review question is: what is the effect of secondhand cigarette smoke, exposure versus no secondhand cigarette smoke on the exacerbation of dyspnea? in middle-aged to older adults with chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. So the P, which is the population, is this one, the middle-aged older adults with COPD. And then the exposure would be the secondhand cigarette smoke. And then the outcome would be the exacerbation of dyspnea. So these three important elements must be outlined in the review question itself. So in terms of the review process of this type of systematic review, so it is not much of difference than the usual systematic reviews, in which that it involves the identification of articles, and then the screening of articles based on the inclusion and exclusion criteria, the eligibility of the research papers itself, and then also and then lastly is the inclusion of the research articles in that reviews. So it is not much different with the typical systematic review process. So what are the key elements of a protocol for a systematic review of etiology? So usually a systematic review of etiology would consist of a background and rationale of that particular research topic or particular research questions. And then as I have mentioned previously, it should consist of a specific review questions outlining the three important components, which is the PEO, population, exposure, and also outcome. And then we must define the exposure, contrast, and outcomes clearly so that it would not be redundant, or it would not be misleading in terms of the measurements of exposure and also outcomes, because different research may have different operational definitions of exposure and outcomes. And then the tabulation of potential confounders and bias that also could affect the study results, the study eligibility criteria, the literature search for relevant studies, data extraction, which includes the study characteristic and also results, and also this one that have been mentioned previously in the previous presenter, in which that in this type of systematic reviews, there would also be assessment of risk of bias and also study sensitivity. And then involve statistical methods, plan analysis, and also how the body of the evidence, or how would we actually use the findings of these systematic reviews. So whenever we are talking about systematic reviews, there would be an issues on whether we should pull or not to pull our data in terms of to do a meta-analysis. So these are some of the important components to be considered whenever we want to do a meta-analysis or not. First is to see the review questions of our systematic review itself, whether it address similar PEO of interest, and then the characteristic of the studies, in which that whether it is clinically in terms of the population, in terms of the outcome studies, in terms of the methodological, in terms of the papers that is going to be used in that review is homogeneous and clinically relevantly sound. And then the risk of bias, whether the results could be interpreted and also could be generalized in that systematic review. And lastly is the statistical measures of heterogeneity, in which that usually this part would be assessed using Cochrane Q or I-squared. And if there is statistically significant heterogeneity, so meta-analysis would not be valid. So in that case, there would be another way of presenting the data, such as scoping review or such as a narrative review itself, in which that meta-analysis is not involved. So these are some of the examples of etiology and also re-systematic review papers. As you can see on the screen, first we have systematic review and meta-analysis of risk factor for childhood overweight identifiable during infancy. And then second one, we have the etiology of severe febrile illness in low and middle income countries, which is also a systematic reviews of etiology. And lastly, the example, we have a systematic review of etiological and risk factors associated with bruxism. So this is some of the samples of how would they present the results in systematic review of etiology. So this is when the authors did the meta-analysis. So they would be like the typical meta-analysis forest plot, in which that they would be a forest plot here. So this is when you can pull the results. So the meta-analysis of forest plot is possible. Okay, so how would they actually present the results that is not possible to be presented in meta-analysis? So this is the statement that I took from one of the examples of the papers just now. So this is the statement that the authors wrote, in which that there was conflicting evidence for the duration of breastfeeding, socioeconomic status at birth, parity and maternal status at birth. And no association with childhood overweight was found for maternal age or education at birth, maternal depression or infant ethnicity. And there was also inconclusive evidence for delivery type, gestational weight gain, maternal postpartum weight loss, and fussy infant temperament due to limited number of studies. So when there is no meta-analysis can be done in the etiologic studies, so you can actually write this statement, for example, like a conflicting evidence, or when there will be no association at all or inconclusive evidence. As for the take-home message, an important strength of systematic review is that they generate a clear overview of the field of study and identify the gaps in the evidence base and also the type of further research needed. So usually systematic reviews and meta-analysis of studies related to etiology is an emerging methodology in the field of evidence synthesis, because usually these reviews can provide useful information for healthcare professionals and policymakers on the burden of the disease and the relevant risk factors associated with it. And usually the systematic re-systematic reviews or etiology systematic review would be like starting point of an RCT, which is the randomized clinical trial. And with that, thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Iman, for the very informative presentation. So shall we move to the next topic, which is experiential qualitative review by Dr. Anissa binti Abdul Rashid. Please welcome. Okay ke Dr. Anissa?
I cari unmute button tak keluar. Okay.
Okay.
You can see my screen, yeah?
Yes.
So, Assalamualaikum and good morning, everyone. My topic is experiential qualitative reviews. I have, to be honest, I haven't done an experiential review, but I've done a few qualitative studies. So this is just like an introduction for me, myself also, and everyone here. Just feel free to ask any questions and I will try my best to answer them. Okay, so the content of my presentation is as such. We'll go to an aim of experiential reviews. I know most will probably be more familiar with quantitative studies as opposed to qualitative studies, so I'll just try my best to explain a little bit about that. Okay, so the aim of a review is to investigate the experience or meaningfulness of a particular phenomenon. So what is a phenomenon? It's an experience, an event, or process occurring that is being researched. Okay. So you may come across other names, for example, systematic review of qualitative evidence, or meta-analysis and meta-synthesis. And experiential or qualitative reviews focus on analyzing human experiences and cultural and social phenomena. So it's about the kind of like the feeling or more of the stuff, not what you're used to if you are doing quantitative studies. Okay, so again, I repeat, what a phenomenon of interest is experience, event, or process occurring that is researched, and it provides information on the patient's experience, or maybe so that maybe us, the health professionals, can understand better and interact better with patients. Okay, so before I move on, I'll just give an example of a qualitative study. Okay, so this is not the review yet, but this is an example of a qualitative study. So you may come across one that will look probably something like this: perception and knowledge of patient with type 2 diabetes aplasia about the disease and medication, a qualitative study. Okay, so we look into the abstract. What does it look? What kind of things that a qualitative study looks into? Okay, so the objective of one qualitative study would be to, usually the words that we use are explore. So like explore diabetic patients' experience and knowledge about diabetes and its medication, and to understand the factors contributing to the medication adherence in Malaysia. Okay, so then usually they would interview patients. So this study interviewed around 12 patients, but then after the 10th interview, they found that there was no more new things that emerged. So they, I think they stopped at the 10th interview. Okay, and from whatever the interviews that they have, they came up with themes. So you can see these themes, and the 4 themes that they got was knowledge about diabetes and its medication, experiences of adverse effects of medication, issues related to adherence, and the impact of medical and family relationship on well-being. So these are kind of the things that you get from a qualitative study. It's not really numbers, but it's kind of like themes or like little topics. Okay, and if you look at the conclusion, it just reiterates back, identifies key themes that might be useful in enhancing awareness of experiences, knowledge, adherence, and attitudes of the Malaysian patients. Okay, so that's just to give you a little introduction for those who are not familiar. Okay, so back into experiential or qualitative reviews. The question review format is in terms of format or looking more into this kind of review, it's important exploring and explaining why interventions are not effective from a person-centered perspective. So you may get sometimes evidence that intervention is good, but then in probably our part of the world or some other places, it doesn't seem to work on patients. So this is why the qualitative part or the reviews are very important, because we need to understand why. Okay, and you can also explain and explore why an intervention is not adopted even when there's evidence of effectiveness, which I said just now. Okay, so some examples that maybe an experiential kind of review will have looked at is probably engagement between the participant and the intervention. So with an intervention, how the participant feel about this kind of intervention, or in terms of the intervention itself, the focus is not is on how the individual feel as part of the thing, the larger phenomenon. So we are looking at like the how the kind of like the reaction or the perspective of our participants. Okay, so the review format is also known as PICO, and this can be used to guide the question development. However, the C in the PICO is a small, the O in the PICO is a small O. So P is population, I is phenomena of interest, and C is context. C, O is context. We don't have outcome or comparator. Okay, so again, the phenomena of interest is probably experience, event, or process occurring that is research. So for example, maybe the phenomena is response to pain or coping with breast cancer. And in terms of the context, it will vary depending on the objective of the review. So maybe you're looking at cultural factors, maybe people live in certain parts of the world, for example, geographic location may be different from other people's from other places, different in terms of race, gender, and also maybe the setting. So maybe an intervention would be a little bit different if you're looking in the context of acute care versus primary health care versus the community. Okay, so what is the review process? First, you will have a search database with a search strategy, and then we will put in the terms for the qualitative research, and then we'll have the study selection, and then we'll have the data analysis and synthesis. Okay, so in terms of reporting guidelines for qualitative research, for one qualitative research, we encourage, or it's the best, is to use ENTRAC, which is Enhancing Transparency in Reporting the Synthesis of Qualitative Research, which is a statement in the Equator kind of network. I'm sure you've heard of that before. And there's a new kind of reported guidelines, which is called the ethnography guidelines, which is called the eMERGE. And I'm sure you'll get the slides later on, so I've linked to these guidelines for you. Okay, let's look at an example. Hopefully what I've kind of like explained will help you to understand better, and also I'll put in a little example in this one. I'll present the example. Okay, so we'll have the example is a systematic review of qualitative research on the contributory factors leading to medicine-related problems from the perspective of adult patients with cardiovascular diseases and diabetes mellitus. Okay, so there already we can kind of see the PICO, but we'll go through that. Okay, so what are the PICOs here? I put the topic here. So medicine-related problems with MRP. So the population is adult patients with cardiovascular diseases and or diabetes mellitus. Okay, and then phenomena of interest is contributing factors leading to medicine-related problems. Okay? And the context is the patient's perspective. I think most of the reviews will look in health-related, probably will look more into the cardiovascular or patients' perspectives, because that gives us a lot of input. Okay, so as I said earlier on, they have a search database research strategy. So in this study, what they did was they searched a few databases, which are stated here. Okay, and the timeline in which they did, and they did actually additional did to bibliography lists of published reviews where applicable. Okay, and the search strategy that they used were there were methodology, there were terms for qualitative research as well, so they put in that as well, and the terms that related to what they were looking for. So of course, medicine, drugs, you know, all this diabetes, cardiovascular, and so on and so on. Okay, so they stated very clearly over there. Okay, and then how did they select the study? They mentioned it here. Those that were phone interviews, face-to-face interviews, focus groups, and open-ended questionnaires. However, and then the studies focusing on patients with MRPs and were conducted on adult patients. Okay, so they were inclusion and criteria. However, the exclusion criteria were quantitative, those that were quantitative in nature, and studies with closed-ended questionnaires, and those that were focusing on other patients who were not CVD or diabetic mellitus. Okay, and they explain a little bit of what everybody did. Okay, so in terms of data synthesis, data analysis, and synthesis, if you do a systematic review quantitatively, you would have this like quality search, quality of the synthesis, and for qualitative, the ones that they used here was called the Dixon-Woods kind of. It's like a assessment. So they would give stars based on certain criteria of the studies. So they will look into that and, you know, categorize it into 1 star to 5 star. 5 star is better. The higher the better. Okay, so they did that. But in terms of synthesizing or analysis, they used thematic analysis approach. Okay. And then they emerge them into themes. So basically, whatever they found out, they emerged them into themes. And how they came up with the themes from all these studies go through discussion and consensus. Okay. So sorry, the quality papers are here. It's actually a checklist developed by Dixon-Woods at home. Okay, so what were the results? The results came out something like this. I know it's not very clear. I just want to show you how it kind of looks like. And you can see the themes that they have here. The ones that look italic is actually patient-related, medicine-related, and they have condition-related factors. And then there's a few things that go underneath there as well. And then they put all the studies with the countries. So that's kind of like how they would present the results. Okay, so in conclusion, they gave a conclusion that, and which is the conclusion is actually the themes that I mentioned just now, which were they can be divided into patient-related factors, medicine-related, and condition-related. And for patient-related, it will be more to social economic lifestyles, medical related will be fear of medicine, non-adherence to polypharmacy, and condition related will be fear of condition and its complications. Okay, so that's kind of like my second last slide. So just a very simple take-home message that I think you will be getting the paper about all the systematic reviews as well at the end of this. It's just the summary of the review type that I put here. So just remember, experiential or qualitative. The aim is to investigate an experience or meaningfulness of a particular phenomenon. And the question format is a PICO but C with a small o, and we don't have outcome or comparators. And this is a question example. I did not use the same example. This one is on MRI, but I gave you an example of the ones prior before. So this is my last slide. With that, I thank everyone for your kind attention.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Anissa, for the insight. Okay, now we move on to the next topics, which is a psychometric review, which will be presented by Ms. Nur Faizah binti Saibo. Please welcome. Ms. Faizah, okay ke? Ms. Faizah, we can't hear you.
Okay. Sorry. I can baru boleh on mic. Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry ya. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good morning to all of you. Okay, today I'm going to share with all of you another types of systematic reviews, namely psychometric reviews. I hope by the end of this session, you will have an idea and overview of what a psychometric review is all about. Okay, let me start with the aim of the review. Okay, psychometric reviews aim to evaluate the psychometric properties of certain tests, normally to determine how the reliability and validity of a particular test or assessment. As we know, reliability is about the consistency of a measure, and validity is about the accuracy of a measure. Okay, second, to assess the quality characteristic of health measurement instruments, okay. Second, to assess the quality or characteristic of health measurement instruments to determine the best tool for use in practice for a certain condition or factor. Okay, a psychometric systematic review may be undertaken on the measurement properties of one measurement instrument, the most utilized measurement instruments measuring a specific construct, all available measurement instruments to measure a specific construct in a specific population, or all available measurements in a specific population that does not specify the constructs to be measured. Okay, psychometric reviews are also known as systematic reviews of measurement properties. Psychometric reviews can be conducting using the consensus-based standards for the selection of health measurement instruments or COSMIN checklist, and preferred reporting items for systematic reviews and meta-analysis or PRISMA checklist. Okay, the COSMIN has developed checklists for evaluating the methodological quality of studies on measurement properties. The COSMIN aims to improve the selection of outcome measurement instruments in research and clinical practice by developing tools for selecting the most suitable instrument for the situation at issue. Methodology focus on patient-reported outcome measures or PROMs are used as outcome measurement instruments. The methodology can also be used for other types of measurement instruments like clinician-reported outcome measures or performance-based outcome measures or other applications, for example, diagnostic applications, but the methodology may need to be adapted for these other purposes. Okay, the COSMIN recommend researcher to firstly defining the type of review as well as the construct or the names of the outcome measurement instruments of interest, the target population, the type of measurement instruments of interest, for example, questionnaires and imaging tests, and the measurement properties on which the review investigates. Okay, these are the process of conducting psychometric reviews using COSMIN checklist. The checklist will be used to assess quality of studies on measurement properties of instrument with a similar purpose. Then results of those studies are compared with a view to select the best instrument. And finally, the instrument selection should be based on the high quality studies. Okay, this is 12 boxes of checklist. Of COSMIN checklist, 10 boxes can be used to assess whether a study meets the standards for good methodological quality. 9 of boxes contain standards for the included measurement properties, including internal consistency, reliability, measurement error, content validity, construct validity, criterion validity, and responsiveness. And 1 box contains standards for studies on interpretability. 2 boxes contain general requirements for articles, IRT box applied for IRT methods, and generalizability box for the generalizability of the results. Okay, this is the review process of psychometric reviews using the, as we can see, the quality of outcome measures is determined by reliability, validity, and responsiveness. Okay, these are examples of COSMIN checklist box. Okay, box A is an internal consistency box, which is to determine internal consistency of measurement instruments. And box F is a hypothesis testing box to determine construct validity of measurement instruments. Okay, I took one sample of research paper to explain more on the protocol of psychometric reviews. Okay, as we can see, as we can see, this paper is aimed to systematically review the psychometric properties of existing self-management PROMs and determine which PROM is best for cancer survivors. Okay, I will explain more about the methods based on the paper. Okay, as for the study design, the protocol will be developed according to the preferred reporting items for systematic reviews and meta-analysis protocol guidelines or PRISMA. The protocol will be registered in the Prospero and International Prospective Register of Systematic Reviews. The systematic review will be conducted according to the 10-step procedure for conducting systematic review of PROMs from COSMIN guideline. The adequate search strategy developed according to the peer review of electronic search strategy. Database or websites will be searched, for example, PubMed, Web of Science, and COSMIN database. We should include the inclusion and exclusion criteria in the protocol. Okay, as for study screening and selection, references identified by the search strategy will be entered into NodeXpress bibliographic software for deduplication. The methodological quality of studies on psychometric properties was assessed independently by the 2 reviewers using the COSMIN risk of bias checklist. Each study is rated as very good, adequate, doubtful, or inadequate quality. As for data extraction, data on the characteristic of the PROM, for example, instrument name, construct, and target population will be extracted. Each result is rated as either sufficient, insufficient, or indeterminate. And the quality of evidence will be graded either high, moderate, low, or very low evidence. The design of this protocol does not involve the patients or the public, and it is not necessary to obtain ethical approval for the systematic review protocol. The results will be disseminated to a clinical audience and policymakers through peer-reviewed journals and conferences. Okay. These are 10 steps of conducting a systematic review of PROMs. First, we should perform the literature search. we should formulate the aim of the review, formulate eligibility criteria, perform a literature search, select abstract and full text article. Then we should evaluate the measurement properties by evaluating content validity, internal structure, and remaining measurement properties. All the measurement properties will be used to evaluate the quality of the prom by using Cosmin risk of bias checklist, quality criteria, and grade approach. Finally, we will select the best prom by evaluating interpretability and feasibility, formulate recommendations, and report the systematic review. Okay, these are two examples of research questions on psychometric review. First, what is the reliability, validity, responsiveness, and interpretability of methods to assess muscle strength in adults? And second, what is the psychometric validity of the 5 patient-reported outcome measures for occupational burnout assessment among mental health professionals? Okay, these are two examples of research papers related to psychometric systematic review. Okay, as for conclusion, we should always bear in mind that psychometric reviews is a systematic reviews of measurement properties to systematically review the psychometric properties of existing tests or assessment used in clinical research and practice to determine the best measurement or assessment tool for use in clinical research and practice for a certain condition or factor. Okay, with that, I end my session. Thank you for your attention and thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Ms. Nurfaiza, for the sharing. I think, shall we have a short break or shall we just proceed to the next topic?
Yeah. What do you all think? Do you all want to continue or want to take a short break? We have been taking some short break here and there. We can continue actually. Short break, please. Okay.
Okay, we shall take a 5-minute break. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, everyone, shall we start again? Is it okay?
Okay, I think we can start.
All right. Okay, thank you, Prof. Okay, now we move to the next topic, which is prognostic reviews, which will be presented by Dr. Nur Azifa binti Ilham. So, please welcome.
Can you guys see my slide?
Yes, Doctor.
Okay, thank you, Shahada. My task today is an introduction to a systematic review of the prognosis. So, what we're gonna learn at the end of my presentation today is what is the prognostic research, what is the purpose of conducting prognostic research, and what are the process involving in writing prognostic research systematic review. So first of all, we need to understand what is the prognosis. So prognosis is a risk of future health outcome in a people with a given disease or a health condition. And when we are talking about the prognosis research, it is an investigating the relation between the future outcome, which is the end point, and among people with a given baseline health condition, which is at the starting point in order to improve the health. And basically, we want to have a better understanding and to improve future outcome in a people with a given disease or a health condition. So in order to do a systematic review, we need to know the 4 different teams of the prognostic research, which is based on the prognosis research strategy group, also known as a PROGRESS. These teams are interconnected and interrelated, which are the fundamental, prognostic factor, prognostic model, and also the stratified prognostic research. And it has a different kind of guideline to do a systematic review of prognostic research. And we're going to talk more on the prognostic factor of prognostic research later on. So first of all, what is the fundamental of prognostic research? Basically, it is a research describing and explaining future outcome with a given disease of health condition in a condition to the in relation to the current diagnostic and treatment practice. And then it concerned with describing and understanding the variation around the average cost. And for example, the question is a very basic. What is the prognosis of people with this condition? What is the prognosis of the people with a breast cancer? So I just want to show one type of fundamental prognosis research it just show a variation between country with the age adjusted for the 5-year survival for the breast cancer. So it basically you want to see the variation between the country with the years of survival. Next is the prognostic research factor. So prognostic factor is any measure that among people with a given health condition, which is associated with a subsequent clinical outcome. And basically, we want to identify a factor that is associated with a subsequent clinical outcome, for example, in a biomarker. So you can see the figure here. We show a survival curve from a Kaplan-Meier showing that the survival rate, the prognosis among HER2 patient negative HER2 is better compared with the HER2 positive. And then the third one, it's not moving. The third one is the prognostic model research, which is the formal combination of multiple predictors for which risk of the specific endpoint can be calculated for individual patient. So it is the development, the validation, and the impact of the statistical method that predict individual risk of a future outcome, which aim to assist the clinician and their with their prediction of a future patient with the patient future outcome to enhance informed decision making for the patient. And the use of prognostic model type in the strong movement toward the stratified medicine where the decision regarding treatment choice are informed by individual profile of prognostic factor. Example here, the famous one, Apgar score and the Nottingham Prognostic Index. And the last one, the stratified medicine research. So basically we use from the prognostic model, from the prognostic factor, we use it to tailor into the individual decision to get a better treatment. Example, in this paper, it showed the stratified medicine research, the predictor of different treatment response identified in the RCT that show the benefit of tamoxifen is confined those with a positive estrogen receptor. So, what are the aim of the review? Basically, to summarize overall prognosis, to identify a prognostic factor, to develop, validate, and examine the impact of prognostic model, and to identify the predictor of an individual response to the treatments. So, what are the review questions? This is for the prognostic systematic review for prognostic model. So, we're going to touch more on this review because we are lacking of time. So basically for prognostic factor, the review is there is additional T and S. So we call it as PICOT. So P population, I index, C the comparator prognostic factor, O outcome, T timing, and S setting. So population is we need to define the target population for the prognostic factor under review to be used. So for example, we use the CRP as the prognostic factor. We want to use the CRP as a prognostic in a patient with a stable coronary disease that being diagnosed with the angina pectoris. So the angina pectoris will be the outcome. So here the index prognostic factor is the CRP. The comparator or the confounding here, the confounding here could be that need to be adjusted. In particular, for example, age, sex, diabetic, lipid profile, and then the outcome, coronary event. The timing we need to define firstly at what point are the prognostic factor to be used. For example, the CRP should be measured within 2 weeks after the diagnosis. As is the setting, the intended setting and the role of prognostic factor under the review. So for example, in the CRP here, it studied in the primary and secondary care to provide prognostic information about patient diagnosed with the coronary heart disease. So the review process is basically almost similar with the effectiveness review. So basically, we define the review questions, searches and selection of eligible study, data extraction, evaluating applicability and risk of bias of primary study. We do a meta-analysis, quantifying and examining a heterogeneity, examining small study effect and reporting and interpretation of the result. Basically, it suggests the progress team suggests to use a TRUMP prognostic factor checklist as a key item to be used lah. So it's modified from the checklist that used for the predictive model for systematic review. So we can see here it has a few domains, which is the sources of data, participant, outcome to be predicted, prognostic factor, sample size, missing data, analysis, and the result. And for the analysis part, basically they suggest to use the adjusted result to compare the adjusted result so that the confounding, we can see the causation is better compared if the result there is no adjustment. So for the bias tool, they suggest to use a CRISP tool which has the seed domain, which are the study participants, study attrition, prognostic factor measurement, outcome measurement, and adjustment for other prognostic factor, as well as how they report the statistical analysis and reporting. And basically, they need at least 2 person to do the CRISP tool, and then they do interrelated statistic, see the kappa value there, and they will list it whether it is just mild, moderate, or high risk of bias. And then I just show you example of the research that use a prognostic factor for severity for severity and mortality in the patient infected with COVID-19, and as well as the prognostic factor in the pontine hemorrhage, the systematic and out there are a lot of systematic review on the prognostic factor. So here I want to show you that the Cochrane method group, you all can just Google it, Cochrane prognostic group, and the tools is so many on the prognostic research, the systematic review as well as the primary study. I think that's the end of my presentation today. I pass it to Shuhada.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Azifa, for the presentation. So we move to the next topic, which is methodological systematic review, which will be presented by Prof. Dr. Chen Yok Moon. Please welcome. Dr. Azifa, you need to stop sharing first. Thank you.
Just like to check whether you were able to see my slides.
Yes, Prof. We can see your slide.
Thank you. A very good morning to all delegates of webinar. Thank you very much to the committee in inviting me to share some insights with you on a topic entitled Methodological Systematic Review. I am Dr. Chan from the Department of Dietetics, Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences. And these are the outlines of my presentation today. I will first to share a little bit with you how methodological systematic review is defined. Moving on, I will share the structures of the methodological systematic review, and last but not least, some examples will follow. Right. As compared to other systematic reviews, I believe up to this stage you have more or less have an idea that different systematic reviews require certain criteria so that it meet the needs. So basically, when we compare to other systematic reviews, methodological systematic review is less explored, yeah? And basically, this type of SR or systematic review is conducted to identify, yeah, and to rectify the methodological purposes. So one of the major aim of this methodological review is to examine and to investigate, the current research methods and potentially their impact on the research quality. For example, what are the best strategies in participants' recruitment, or what are the best strategies we could use to retain subjects in the clinical trials? Of course, other objectives of this type of systematic review include also to determine or to examine should there be any methodological issues that are related to the design, that relate to the conduct, as well as the review of research studies and the evidence synthesis. Right. Now, as you are already been exposed to different way of a systematic review, the structure or the framework, I'm not going to share the details on these for the methodological system review, because similarly, because basically the methodological systematic review share a similar structure to other types of SR with slight differences or slight changes, as the work when we have a methodological systematic review is more on reviewing studies that assess on the methodology of the research. So it is not as other systematic review whereby it tries to tell you the effects or the effectiveness or the the impact of an intervention. Of course, methodological systematic review covers a specific and well-defined area of methodology, and you can actually, include studies that might be combined statistically, so that it helps to increase the power of the findings. Now, these are actually the structure of the the proposed structure of a methodological systematic review, which you will see very clearly that it's rather similar to other types of systematic review. So it has a background, and it also need to identify what is the important to do this review. So basically, we are talking about the research gaps that prompt the need to perform this type of systematic review. Besides the background, an objective or objectives are definitely needed, because that will actually able to tailor and to it is actually a link between the research gaps as well as your results and discussion. And last but not least is the implication on the research itself. Methods are needed here, whereby a criteria for considering studies for the review will be detailed, right? And data collection and analysis, results, and the results should highlight the effects of the methods, as well as it should directly address the objective of the review, rather than listing down just the findings of the included studies, right? So I'll move on to the next one, that will be on the discussion. On the discussion, as at the other systematic review, it required the main findings to be summarized, to highlight what are some potential bias. And one of the major difference with other systematic review is the implication for methodological research. So this is actually the unique of the methodological systematic review, right? Now, I believe when we are doing a research, when we're doing research, especially when you are actually involved in a randomized control trials or any clinical trials, or even a non-clinical trials, perhaps just a cross-sectional studies, recruiting participants in the trials can be extremely difficult. It can be extremely difficult, and identify strategies whereby you can help to improve the recruitment to the clinical trials, either as a randomized or non-randomized, open or a closed label, right? Will be certainly value, and it should be something that is important. So this is one of the examples I'm going to share with you. What are some of the information we can obtain from a methodological systematic review? So basically, this review was published by the Cochrane Library, and the objective is to one of the objectives was to quantify the effects of strategies for improving the recruitment of participants to randomized trials. So from this review, what works and what did not work. So strategies that work here there are few. There are actually many. If I remember well, from this systematic review, they have itemized 68 strategies. Some works and some did not work. So among those that works, right, tell the people, tell the potential subjects what they are receiving in trial, rather than not telling them, actually helps to improve the recruitment. Of course, this is something to do with this type of a study design that the trial or the trialist was going to do, either open label, or a double blind. So that really determined. But from this systematic review, it actually shows us that if we're able to tell the potential respondents or the subjects what they are receiving, that actually improves the recruitment. All right. Now, very often we are actually sending out postal invitation for the recruitment process, and we may not receive much response. And with this, by phoning them, actually helps. It's a very useful strategy that helps in the recruitment. And closing a questionnaire that cover issues relevant to the trial that you want to do probably will increase the recruitment. So some you can see here in methodological systematic review, there is a ranking of the strength of the evidence. Those that works very well, they will tell you, well, it improves or it actually helps on the objective. But some, what I call this inconsistency or lack of evidence, they will use certain terms like probably or may, right? So here, one of the strategy was if you enclose a questionnaire covering the issues that you wish to investigate or determine in the trial, right, together with the invitation letter, probably will increase the recruitment rate, right? Now, with the wide use or the broad use of mobile phone, so we often depends, or sometimes, you know, we use the text messages, right, to improve the recruitment. So this systematic review show that when text messages based interventions were used, it actually gives a small but potentially improvement in recruitment. So you can actually see the difference of the ranking of the evidence here. So from very good ranking, high in evidence, to probably to small but potentially useful. Now, we often argue whether, you know, to give support in terms of financial, you know, in the form of financial incentive. It could be the money, it can be a cash voucher, or, you know, a transportation allowance. From this review, it showed that it offer, you know, when we give financial incentive, it actually probably improve the recruitment, right? And but last but not least will be the recruitment at the church or religious places, as well as other enhancement may improve recruitment as well. So these are some of the examples of the strategies that work to improve the recruitment. What about those that don't, you know, those strategies that did not work well? So basically, this include enhanced recruitment package, including more contact. Yeah, you give more contact, you call them more often. You will see another. I call this a scenario when when we try to retain the subjects is a different picture or scenario later. Okay, and what does not work also will be, you know, sometimes we use a brief patient information sheet here or leaflet. So from this literature review, it showed that when you use the brief leaflet, it actually makes little or no difference when you compare to the full profile. So basically, people are looking for a detailed information before they consent to the participation. All right, and emphasizing recent information may make little or no difference to recruitment as well. So this is actually another systematic methodological systematic review, right, by Cochrane Library as well. So again, this review try to identify the most successful strategy in recruiting participants. So they actually look into 3 different strategies, namely the alert system, whereby, you know, either we are using whether, you know, we use a computerized system or manually check on the patient's records. Second strategies they're trying to identify was giving information, additional information to the PIC on the subject's recruitment on the day of the study. This apply when, you know, the studies is not only on one site, but you have the sites, you know, you have additional sites of study location, as well as having a designated member of staff to recruit the subjects or the participants. So among these 3 strategies, apparently the most promising strategy appears to be the employment of someone, yeah, or designated member, such as a clinical trials officer or a research assistant, yeah, or officer with the specific task, appear to be the most successful or effective in patients or the recruitment of participants. Now, as compared to recruitment, which I believe that subject recruitment is tough, right? But to keep people after you recruit them in a trial is even tougher, what we call as a retention. So one of the methodological review that try to identify after you recruit the participants, what are the strategies that you can use so that they stay in your trials. So this is kind of challenging to all of us who have run a trial, a long-term or intervention study. Yeah, so beyond the cross-sectional design, because the longer duration of the study it is, the likelihood of the dropout is high. So, and useful strategies will therefore necessary to improve the retention of the subjects. So again, this was one of the objectives, is to quantify the effects of the strategies to improve the retention of participants in randomized control RCT, randomized control trials. And again, let me share some insights with you, what works and what did not work well. Now, the strategies that work and actually give a large increase in the retention, meaning that these strategies help a lot in retaining the participants in the trial, were telephone reminders. Instead of sending them a poster reminder that, what you need to do, what are the expectations, what you need to comply with the task, give them a telephone reminders from time to time works very well, because it increases the retention significantly in a large magnitude. A peer lead follow-up works, and randomizing the participants at recruitment to an open rather than a blind trial. So this is where you can see that if we're comparing this methodology review with the one that I shared with you just now on the recruitment review, people actually wanted to know what are them receiving, all right? Right, and what may increase the retention were, again, financial incentive, all right, and inclusion of a newspaper article about the trial. So they want to, I think this is not commonly practiced in Malaysia, but in other, in overseas, the recruitment of subjects and also the participants very often are done over the newspaper. So this make them, this not only help to increase the participation or the recruitment, but also seems to help to retain the subjects in the trial. And more frequent telephone contact, addition of using a diary to usual follow-up compared to usual follow-up alone may increase the retention. Surprisingly, by using by a simple gesture, for example, giving a pen at recruitment helps to increase the retention of the subjects. So I believe this has something, some insights that we can apply in our day-to-day research practice. Simple things like, we don't see this important, like pen, but that really helps the people to, to stay in the trials. So those that did not work include electronic reminders. So in the systematic, what to call this, a methodological review that I shared with you earlier, that when you use the text messages, it helps to improve the recruitment. But when it comes to retention, it does not. It is actually a different scenario. All right, and offer or receiving the results of the trial have little or no difference in terms of the retention. So again, so this is actually some of the insights I would like to share with you. When we perform a methodological systematic review, it is actually meant for examining and to investigate current research methods and try to identify what are, like some of the examples we have, some strategies that you can apply in your own trials that can help either with the retention or with the recruitment of the participants. All right. So with that, so this is actually the Cochrane website, whereby you can get more information on the systematic guide, how you can actually perform a Cochrane methodological protocol and review. And this is actually their website that you can get more information. With that, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Prof. Chan Yok Moon, for your informative presentation. So we move to the next topic, which is integrative review. Please welcome Dr. Nazlin Muhammad Taim.
Okay. Assalamualaikum and good morning, everybody. I am Dr. Niazlin from Department of Medical Microbiology. Thank you, Shuhada, for inviting me to give a talk today regarding integrative reviews. Okay. So actually it's a more complex review. It includes experimental and non-experimental research, which is synthesized the past empirical or theoretical literatures, is slightly different than systematic reviews. Okay, so what are the
Sorry, Prof, to interrupt. Have you shared your slide? Okay.
So the content of integrative reviews actually it reviews the points out of gaps in the literature. So what are the absence of findings that we want? So we have to find it through these integrative reviews. It highlights the important issues that are still unresolved and bring the previous work to the present and draw overall conclusion to direct the future research. So the advantage of the integrative reviews, they frequently reviews in nursing and few health profession. It results in comprehensive reviews which incorporates wide range of objective, defined concepts, review theories, evidence and analyze methodologies. It contributes to the theory and policy development. It provides information for decision making and improve of clinical practice. So what is the difference between systematic review and integrative review? As we can see here, the systematic reviews include experimental studies and many times only randomized controlled trials that are the systematic reviews. But the integrative reviews include both experimental and non-experimental studies. Okay, this table actually illustrates more differences between the studies. As we can see here, the integrative reviews, the method of analysis is narrative analysis. As compared to systematic reviews, the method of analysis is narrative or statistical analysis. And meta-analysis also use statistical analysis. However, the meta-summaries or meta-synthesis theories, they use the narrative analysis. And the scope for the integrative review are more broader compared to other method of reviews. Actually, there are 5 stages in integrative reviews. First, you have to identify the problems. Second one is the literature search, and followed by data evaluation, analysis, as well as presentation of the results. So for the problem identifications, you have to set the targets and limitation because from the first I've mentioned just now, it is integrative. You have to search. There's a lot of information there, so you have to set the targets and limitation. If not, your data collection will be a lot. Okay, and then you have to identify the objectives and the problems, and what are your interests, the variables, and then distinguish the relevance from irrelevant materials, and then you have to have your sample size and establish a working statement or questions to be addressed through the review process. So this is an example of previous studies done by Darlan. The title is Depression and Suicide Risk Among Nursing Professionals and Integrative Reviews. So as we can see here, the person, actually the author have identified the problems. What are the main problems here? So the nurses are the group most prone to mental health problems with depression and suicide risk. So they are the main problems. And what are the things that can contribute from their studies? What are the things that can contribute to this? If let's say they find the factors that cause the depression, they will promote the nursing health at work, and to avoid sad and fatality outcomes. So to increase the quality of working in the nursing. So, and then they also highlight the objectives here. What factors contribute to depression? So with that objective, to discuss the factors with depression and risk of suicide risk among the nursing profession. So they identify the problems. So this is another examples by Justin, suggesting that the title is Integrative Reviews, Persistent Vocalization Among Nursing Home Residents with Dementia. So if this is the problem here is they do not know what is the term persistent vocalization. What does it mean? I mean, how is it defined? So there are variation in definition of this persistent vocalization. So with patient with dementia, so they do this integrative studies, okay, integrative reviews. They try to identify the problems. So the problems is there is currently no consensus. Okay, what to call these vocal behaviors and how to define them. So, and then after that, they listed here the objectives, how the PV will label, define, and classify, tools to measure the persistent vocalization, and intervention to manage the persistent vocalization. So that is the problem identification. Second one is the literature search. So how you identify the literatures, and then it's more comprehensive, and it should be included in the methodology sections as well as the sample size. Okay, they can use the Scopus, Ovid, or PubMed, and then they include here the exclusion criteria. Okay, and then you can use the software to assist your collection of data, because as I mentioned just now, you have some limitation. So you want to reduce your data by duplication. Those yang duplicate you can remove. So these are example of software that can use. Okay. After that, using the selection of articles, these are the figures to show that how they use select the articles and what are the articles they would remove. Okay, this is another examples from a second studies just now. They only include after they fully assess the eligibility of the articles. Okay. This followed by data evaluation as in other studies mentioned just now. So there are very poor, or fair, or good, and the method to measure the quality varies. Okay, it depends on the expertise. And then it should include the quality of score in the literature. This is also another software that can be used to check the quality of the studies. This is the CASP, the Critical Appraisal Skill Programs. How we want to use these tools? Are the results of the studies valid? What are the results? And will the result help locally? So these are examples of questionnaires, yes or no answers that you can grade the studies from the journals. Okay, the first one is the analysis or interpretation. First, you take is the data extraction, followed by categories coded or summarized, and a comparison between the methods of the study, identify the pattern, resemblance, differences, theme, and association. And then after that, as I said, the analysis will be diverse, but yet equally substantial and meaningful, with interpretation and conclusion by focusing on different elements. So these elements include how the research is structured and outcome of the study, what is the substance of the study, and how the study is performed. So to analyze, before you analyze this result, there is example. You require these evidence levels, because this one is helpful for you to make the theme similar or slightly similar. And then what are the differences? So these are examples of the evidence table from these integrative reviews. because there are experimental studies as well as the non-experimental studies, which are from the qualitative studies as well as quantitative studies. So the results may vary. So how you analyze it may be vary. So you have to set this table so that what are the things that under the similar groups, what are the things that are the difference, and what are the limitations, what are the objectives. So these evidence tables will help you to find finalize the conclusion, interpretate of the data in the table form or in the chart form. So most of the integrative reviews, they present in the table form manners. Okay, these are example of the two journals that I have mentioned just now. For examples, they put in the table formats. Okay, and from this they can highlight what are the factors associated with the depression and what are the factors associated with the suicide risk. Okay, for another studies that mentioned the persistent vocalization among the demented patient in the nursing homes. So these are the tables that they present in their papers. So and the discussion from that, they will come out with a discussion. Okay. So these examples of the discussion in the depression in the healthcare workers. So the factors that are found, they discuss here are the work environment, family conflicts, mental status, and stress. Okay, these are according to their objectives and according to their theme outline. Okay, for the second journals regarding the persistent vocalization, the objectives is to find the definition of the persistent vocalization. So this suggests to use one of the studies that shows what is the meaning of what is the definition of persistent vocalization. Okay. So that is their finding from this integrative system reviews. From these studies, also they can suggest future research that can be done to improve the theme. Actually, the problem here, what is the persistent vocalization? What are the further studies that can strengthen the definition of persistent vocalization? So these are the importance of this study. And also in the reviews, they also suggest to include limitation and recommendation to make your review papers more benefits for the reader. Okay, these are the examples of how they conclude their review papers. Okay, so for the take-home message, the integrative review are more complex and more diverse methodologies, which include the experimental and non-experimental, which are the quantitative as well as qualitative. So the method of analysis is a narrative analysis, and these integrative reviews actually contribute to theories as well as policy development. These are examples of articles. As we can see here, it's more popular on nursing studies, more on the social supports, other more on the unit like qualitative as well as quantitative data for this integrative reviews paper. Okay, so a role of exercise, definition, more like psychological attention, emotion, and things like that. So these are examples of articles for the integrative reviews. With that, I would like to thank you of my presentation. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Nazlin, for the informative presentation. Next, we move on to the next topic, which is scoping reviews by Dr. Nur Iza Abdul Razak. Please welcome.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning to everyone. Thank you very much, Puan Farizatul Syuhada, to chair the session. Welcome everyone to this webinar on type of systematic review. I'm Nuriza Abdul Razak from Human Anatomy Department, and today I'm going to discuss with regards of the scoping review topic. Alright, this is the outline for today's discussion. The first one is the introduction of scoping review. The second one is the reasons for conducting a scoping review, the indication, differences from other systematic review, the review protocol, the data extraction, the scoping review content, and the example of this scoping review publication. Example of evidence-based practice is found in the form of systematic review, which brings together the evidence from various sources. So the evidence-based healthcare is growing field with many opportunities, along with a continuous increase in the availability of the primary research. There has been an increase in the number of reviews conducted and their evaluation. So various types of evidence, as well as a variety of review objectives and questions, have prompted to develop new approaches that intended to give more effective and rigorous synthesis of the evidence. So actually it started way before 2002, and then in the scoping for the is being stated by Enrich, the scoping reviews is being called mapping review or scoping studies, is similar with scoping reviews today. And in Grant Booth in 2009, they have identified 14 different types of reviews. And then in 2005, ARCSI has proposed original framework for conducting scoping reviews, and the development up to the TRICO 2016, where it refined to the simple scoping reviews usage of the words. And then in 2018, the preferred reporting items for scoping reviews is using Prisma SCR. So there are three most common reasons for conducting a scoping review. The first one, we want to explore the breadth or extent of the literature, and when we want to map and summarize the evidence, and we want to inform future research. Actually, a scoping review may be performed for a variety of reasons. In contrast to other reviews, which tend to address relatively specific questions, scoping reviews can be used to map the key concept that underpin a field of research, as well as to clarify working definition and the conceptual boundaries of a topic. All right. So the scoping reviews can be used to create a map of the available evidence before conducting a systematic review. And it is very useful for examining emerging evidence when other more specific questions need to be addressed. While few studies exist on the impact of sustainable knowledge translation intervention in health outcomes, this scoping review is very important to lay a groundwork for future systemic review. And there are multiple indications for scoping reviews to be made. The first one is it acts as a precursor to a systemic review. It can clarify the key concept or definition in the literature. It will identify the types of available evidence in a given specific field. It can examine how research is conducted on a very specific topic, and then it can identify and analyze knowledge gaps, and it can identify the key characteristic factors related to a concept. This type of review provides a preliminary assessment of the potential size and scope of available research literature, and it aims to identify the nature and extent of research evidence, and it is usually including ongoing research. And then for the strength of the scoping review, yes, the scoping reviews are able to inform the policymakers whether a full systematic review is needed. And then they share several characteristics of the systematic review in attempting to be systematic, transparent, and replicable. With regards of the weakness of the scoping review, it can't be regarded as a final output in their own right, primarily because limitation in their rigor and limitation in their duration mean that they hold the potential for bias. And in particular, they typically do not include a process of quality assessment, and there's a danger that existence of this study, rather than their intrinsic quality, is used as the basis of conclusion. As a consequence, their finding cannot be used to recommend policy or practice.
Dr. Iza,
Yes.
actually we can see your slide note. Is it okay? Maybe you can change it to the slideshow.
Sure.
Yes. No.
Okay, can you see my slides in slides show board?
Nope. Unfortunately, no, no, doctor.
Is it just
I
show the
think
gray background, kind of a texture background?
Dr. Iza, maybe you need to stop sharing first and then reshare again.
Stop sharing, yeah?
Yeah.
Can you see my slides?
Yes, yes. Yes, doctor.
So am I presenting in the slideshow? Or you can see my...
Yeah, we actually can still can see your notes.
Screen setting.
Space it.
Okay. It's okay?
Yes, yes.
There's stop here, isn't it? So the detailed protocol should be developed priorly, made publicly available, and registered in the registry such as Prospero. But for the scoping review, we don't have to register this through Prospero. If you are comparing these traditional literature review, for example, narrative review, scoping review, and systematic review, for scoping review, we don't have to register it. And then for the explicitly transparent peer-reviewed strategy in scoping and systematic, we have to do it. As compared to the narrative review, we don't have to proceed it. And then for the standardized data extraction forms, yes, both scoping and systematic reviews, both of them need the extraction forms. For the risk of bias assessment or the critical appraisal, we don't need to do it in traditional literature reviews and scoping, but we need to do this in systematic reviews. And for the synthesis of finding from individual studies and the generation of summary finding, yes, we need to do it in the systematic review, but not in scoping review. Okay, actually, this I'm going to show you the registration for systematic review, not in the scoping review. We can register the review in the Prospero. These scoping reviews and literature scans are not accepted by this Prospero. When we can check whether the Prospero incorporate any resources before registering any new systematic review, whether they have similar or existence review before this. And if this case, please do not duplicate unless there is a compelling reason to do so. All right. As well as conducted systematic review, a priority protocol must be developed, like what I stated before. Scoping review protocol is very important. It defines the objective, methods, and reporting the review and allows the transparency and process. The protocol should detail the criteria that the review is intended to use to include and exclude sources of evidence and to identify what data is relevant and how the data will be extracted and presented. And the protocol provides the plans for the scoping reviews and is important in limiting occurrence of reporting bias. So in PRISMA ICR, the prospective scoping reviews should be aware that the extension of PRISMA statement called the PRISMA ICR is now available based on the Trico et al. 2018. And we could use the JBI approach to conduct and reporting scoping reviews. And described here is congruent with the PRISMA ICR checklist. We should note in mind that the Prospero does not accept the scoping review registration, but then we still can register the scoping reviews in the Open Science Framework or Fitshare. This is the PRISMA ICR checklist item. It's quite small. I'm sorry about this. For the data extraction, we need to have authors, year of publication, the origins, country of origin where it is published or conducted, the main aim and the purpose, population and sample size, the methods, the intervention type, whether it's comparing or detail of this, duration of intervention if applicable, the outcomes and details of this, and the key findings that relate to the scoping review question. So actually in scoping reviews, the data extraction may be referred to as a data charting, and this process provides the reader with a logical and descriptive summary of the result that aligns with the objective and questions of the scoping review. So the steps taken for this scoping review content. The first one, we need the title and review authors, then we need the abstract, and then we should proceed with introduction, review questions, inclusion criteria and methods, and then followed by results, discussion, conclusion, and recommendation. And the final steps is to provide the context, acknowledgement, references, and review appendices. So this is the example of scoping review with regards of the coronavirus, COVID-19. It is published, it is accepted on 16 March 2020 and published 16 April 2020. And I'm going to focus on the methods for the scoping review. For the search strategy, we could use several databases, for example, Medline, PubMed, Embase Web of Science, China National Knowledge Infrastructure, China Biology Medicine, and the terms can be used as COVID-19 or 2019 novel coronavirus or 2019 nCoV or Wuhan coronavirus, and the dates published is between 1st December 2019 to 6th February 2020. And we need to have the inclusion criteria and exclusion criteria as well. For example, in this literature, the inclusion criteria includes the guidance, review, the clinical studies, the basic research, the epidemiological studies, the comments, documents, and guidance posted by international organization, government institution, and association. And the exclusion criteria is the news reports that will not publish in scientific journals, and the articles will fail to access full text despite contacting the authors. So for the article selection and data extraction, 2 reviewers are needed to screen all titles, abstract and full text independently, and then it can be solved disagreement by consensus or consultation with a third reviewer. So the total reviewer for this are 3 reviewers. And the data extraction again, we need to have the title, the first author, whether the publication is peer-reviewed or otherwise, the journal, the publication, the posted date, the first author's country, and the type of the article, and the topic as well. And for the data analysis, it includes the description of the source, where we can find the article, the type of article, the topic of article, and the guidelines of the COVID-19. And then the authors categorize the literature into, again, the guidance, consensus statement, reviews, clinical studies, basic research, epidemiological studies, editorial comment, and other categories if identified. And it conducts scoping review in accordance with the PRISM SCR checklist, as what I've stated just now. So this is the flowchart of the selection process for the scoping review of this paper. Initially, the records based on database searching is 1,359, and after screening and looking at the eligibility, the final articles included in this qualitative synthesis is 249. So these are one of the example of the tables, characteristic of the COVID-19 based on the number of articles and based on the publication platform and the journal's name and the first author country's origin and the publication or posted date of the paper. And this table is showing the characteristic of COVID-19 article studies included in the scoping review from 10 to February 2020, based on the type of the article, whether it is a review, whether it is a case report or cross-sectional studies and other type of studies, and also the topic included in the coronavirus articles, whether it is prevention, whether it, with regards of the management or molecular biology. And these are the cumulative number of COVID-19 article studies, including the scope in the scoping review from January to February 2020. So the take-home message is the preliminary assessment of potential size and scope of available research literature is we want to aim and identify the nature and extent of the research evidence, and usually in the scoping review it is include the ongoing research, and then the completeness of searching determined by times and scope constraint, and may include research in progress, and there is no formal quality assessment for the scoping review, and we can synthesize the data in the form of tabula with some narrative commentary. And for analysis, it characterized the quantity and quality of literature, perhaps by study design and other key features, attempts to specify a viable review. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Nuriza, for the informative presentation. So next we go to the next topic, which is concept analysis. Again, please welcome Ms. Nurul Iman Hafizah binti Adnan to start the presentation.
Assalamualaikum and good afternoon, everyone. Can you see my slides?
Yes, we can see
Okay.
your side. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so for the next topic that I'm going to cover is the concept analysis. So these are the three main content of this presentation. First, we are going to cover on what is concept analysis, what is the purpose of conducting concept analysis, and what are the processes involved in writing a concept analysis. So first, the background of concept analysis. So concept analysis is defined as the dissection of a concept into a simpler elements to promote clarity while providing mutual understanding within a discipline. So when we talk about dissection, so it refers to the process of unfolding or exploring or understanding concept for the purpose of concept development, delineation, comparison, clarification, correction, identification, refinement, and validation. So how do we do concept analysis? So usually this also involves systematic examination of the attributes, or also known as the characteristic of a given concept, for the purpose of clarifying the meaning of that particular concept. So usually concept analysis is used to analyze many concept key to public health and also health promotion, as well as in theory development in nursing studies. So what are the purpose of conducting a concept analysis? So usually concept analysis would be conducted to distinguish between ordinary and scientific usage of the same concept, of that particular concept, or to clarify meaning of an existing concept, to develop an operational definition, or to add to existing theories. So what is the review question format for concept analysis? So generally for concept analysis, there is no specific review question format for this type of review. Unlike other type of review where we have PICO, we have PEO, but for this concept analysis, there is no specific question format. Okay, and then the format usually depends on the purpose of the concept analysis itself, whether it is to define operational definition, whether you want to distinguish a particular concept, or whether you want to add to an existing theory. So it depends on what are the purpose that of that concept analysis. Okay, so in terms of the format or the approaches to concept analysis, so there are many approaches that has been established before to actually conduct a concept analysis. But then in terms of in healthcare research, there are two main approaches that is used, which is first is the Walker and Evans method, 2005, and the second one is the Rogers method, evolutionary approach. So we will look at one by one of these two examples. Okay, so first, when we are talking about the first concept analysis approaches by Walker and Evans in 2004, so there are 7 steps of review process. First is selecting a concept, okay, and then determine the aims of the purpose of analysis, whether to distinguish distinguish the use of the concept, whether it is to clarify meaning, to develop an operational definition, or whether it is to add to existing theory. And the third one is to identify all uses of the concept that you can discover, which means that you are using, we are exploring the sources of the concept itself. And then to determine the defining attributes, attributes is generally the characteristic of that concept. Okay, and then identify a model case, a borderline case, a related case, which is we are going to look at the example later on. Okay, and then identify the antecedent consequences, and also lastly is to define the empirical reference. So these are all the terms that is commonly used in concept analysis. So we have one example here in which that this article title is Psychological Safe Environment, a Concept Analysis. So this is also a nursing studies in which that they are going to do, they did a concept analysis in terms of psychological safe environment. So for this study, they are using the Walker and Evans method, which is a concept analysis, to analyze the concept of psychologically safe environment in simulation studies, in which that they conducted this study among nursing students. So what are the defining attributes that they found is actually there are 3 characteristics of that psychologically safe learning environment. First is the ability to make mistake without consequences. Second one is the qualities of the facilitator. And the third one is the foundational activities such as orientation, preparation, and objectives and expectations. So this is how they actually presented their results. So first they actually defined the concept that was used in that paper or in that concept analysis first, which is they are trying to analyze this concept of psychologically safe or safe environment or safe learning environment. But then when they define the concept, they actually want to define the concept of psychologically safe environments. So the authors defined psychologically safe learning environment as a feeling whereby the learner can feel valued and comfortable, yet still speak up and take risks without fear, retribution, embarrassment, judgment, or consequences either to themselves or others, thereby promoting learning and innovation. So in terms of defining the features of that concept, which is in this study is the psychologically safe learning environments. So there are three main attributes. First is ability to make a mistake without consequences. So this, how do they get these particular attributes or features is based on articles. So this is what we call as concept analysis, where we would analyze that particular that particular concept, and we would put as reference in the review. Okay, and second one is the qualities of an facilitator or the tutor or the facilitator of that learning environment, and also the activities that would be involved in that learning environment itself. Okay, and then there are also constructed cases in which that in concept analysis, we would have to define several type of cases. First is the model case. So model case is how is that model should ideally be. So a model case would consist of all defining attributes of that concept, of that particular concept that you have defined beforehand. So these are the examples of a psychologically safe environment in the context of HFPS, which is the high fidelity patient simulator. So they are actually trying to dissect the concept of psychologically safe environment in patient simulators environment for nursing student. So in this example of model case, they actually define on this model should have all the defining attributes, which is have stated beforehand. And then in the results also, the authors also highlight the contrary case. Okay, so the contrary case actually is the case that does not include any of the defining attributes. So we would have a clear distinction of what would be the model case and what would be not the model case, which is the contrast of that model case. So these are also the examples of the contrary case of the concept in this paper. And then the authors also define the borderline case. So a borderline case, unlike a model case, so it contains most of the defining attributes instead all of them. So it is almost there, but it is not the model case. So they also give an example of what is the borderline case for that concept. And then lastly, the authors also define the related case. So related case is the instances where the concepts are involved or studied, but do not contain all the defining attributes. So these are also the examples of the related case given by the authors. So I think in the slide shared, you can actually read the examples given here, and then you can actually distinguish between model case, contrary case, borderline case, and related case. I think for this model and contrary case, it would not be hard to differentiate, but only for this borderline and related case, there might be some redundancy. Okay, and then in the results also, the authors also reported about the antecedents. So antecedents are the components or event that must occur before the concept exists. So before that model case exists, before that particularly concept can exist, so the authors also have to define the antecedents, which is the components that must occur before the concept existing. So like in this case, in the case of psychologically safe environment, so what are the components that must exist before? First is the controlled environment, okay, formative evaluation, confidentiality, and also trust of the learners and also the facilitators. So this is just the examples that I extracted from that paper. But if you read the paper itself, the authors actually put some references to refer on. So why these are the components that must exist before they can have that psychologically safe environment. So they actually cited some papers also, because this is what we call as concept analysis review. So you would have evidence-based references for all these components. And then we also have the consequences. Okay, so the consequences are the outcomes that stem from the concept itself. So you have that concept and then that model case. So what are the outcomes from that model case or from that concept that you have analyzed? So from that psychologically safe learning environment, so the consequences would be, there would be an increase, a sense of empowerment, in which that the students would have sense of empowerment. They would learn from their mistakes instead of feeling like a failure, for example. And then they would have problem solving skills, they would have skill acquisition skills. And then lastly is empirical reference. So empirical reference is measuring or determining the existence of the concept. So this empirical reference and consequences can be somehow also overlap in terms of how do you want to determine that concept exists, or how do you want to measure the concept, the existence of the concept. So for this, in case of for this paper, they actually define or measure the existence of the concept of psychologically safe learning environment is by the confidence of the learner, reduce anxiety when entering clinical environment, as well as the learner's engagement. Okay, and then we move on to our second example, in which that in this example, it is also involved in nursing studies. Okay, but this study, they are using another approach, which is using the Rogers evolutionary concept analysis instead of using the Avant and Walker's method. So in this paper, so they also presented results in terms of these components, in which that in the Rogers evolutionary method, they also have to define the antecedents, which is the components or event that must occur before the concept existing. So since this concept that they are going to analyze is about the good nursing care, so the antecedents or the components that must exist before the concept of good nursing care exists is first the organization related factors such as healthy work environment, nursing related factors such as job satisfaction, burnout or workload, patient related factors, patient's knowledge, severity of disease, patient previous experiences. So all this must come with references. And then they also define the attributes of the concept, which is the features of the concept, such as relationship related factors. How do they actually define the features of that good nursing care concept? So first is the relationship related factors, such as mutual relationship in good care, and have emphasized the mutual trust, procedural factors, such as the ability and competency for providing care. And then consequences, which is the outcomes that stem from the concept itself, which is what are the consequences of having a good nursing care. So in this case, it is pain relief or work done in a timely manner, increased drug compliance among the patients, increased satisfaction with the care, recovery, and also safety of patients. And they also define the surrogate terms and related concept. So surrogate terms and related concept means that the words that may be used instead of the desired concept or to describe it, like the synonym of it or the surrogate terms of it. So in this analysis, caring was the only alternative term for care and was recognized as a related concept. So sometimes it could be related, it could be referred to a nursing caring or a good caring nursing care instead of just a good nursing care itself. So the authors actually stated that caring was the surrogate term for care in this concept analysis. Okay, so as for the take-home message, within all scientific disciplines, practitioners, researchers, and education are concerned with concepts that are important, because usually concept would be used to the development of knowledge and theory within their field. So concept analysis enables concept development, knowledge and enhancement, and use in research and clinical practice. And we should take note that concepts that we are going to analyze should be relevant to the practice and should make some contribution to the knowledge development of that particular discipline. And with that, thank you for the attention and participation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Nurul Iman. So we proceed to the next topic, which is evidence maps by Dr. Sanjeev Rampal. Please welcome. Dr. Sanjeev, we can't hear you. Doctor, we can't see your slide actually. Maybe you need to stop sharing first and we share again. We can't hear you actually. Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
Crystal
excellent.
clear. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just going to try to share. 1 second. Yeah. Second. Hi everyone. Good afternoon. Dr. Sanjeev from Orthopedics UPM. I'm just trying to share my slides. Can you see them? Excellent.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Okay. All right, excellent. So good afternoon, everyone. And thank you for the opportunity to present today. I'm Dr. Sanjeev Rampal. I'm an orthopedics consultant here in UPM. So today we'll be talking, thank you for the opportunity, Prof. Chu and the group for letting me present this eminent topic. So today I'll be talking about systemic review, a different type of systemic review. It's a up and coming type of systemic review. It's called evidence gap mapping. And today I'll be talking a little bit about this type of systemic review. And it's an up and coming type of presentation or paper, and it's able to it has seen a surge in interest from 2010 to the present amount. In 2017, there's about 70 papers that were presented by mapping. So I'll just go to my presentation basically. So I'd like to start with a take-home message. So if you guys get the message across at the beginning, it'll be better. So basically EGM or evidence mapping, right, is universal and it can be applied to any field. It's basically the building blocks in evidence architecture. It's an interactive tool to make evidence more accessible. The framework of evidence gap mapping is crucial. It gives rapid information and overview for policymakers, and also when you have a condition where the policymakers are the people who give grants or research, possible research ideas and interests, it gives a rapid information and an overview of the present good literature or good evidence or good papers, and it gives also the gap of where we should maybe there's a possibility of doing more research in that area. able to present a clear and appropriate info easily. It presents what evidence is there, but it doesn't say what it says, meaning that using the EGM or evidence gap mapping, it tells you what papers are presented in which area, but it doesn't tell you about the topic. It just tells you what type and in which topic certain presentations are done. So there are many types of systemic review, as we all know. So this kind of systemic evidence gap mapping benefits include: it presents gaps in evidence, it's able to serve accessibility with relevance and fast evidence, it's able to weed out repeated data, meaning that if you have a paper that's already or a area of interest that you want to do research, and there's already a lot of research involved in that area, you're able to weed out, or you'll be able to see what there has been reported and what needs to be reported. So it prevents repeated data, and it also gives you a better chance of being your paper being published. Able to present current and relevant data and highlight where data is needed. So what is the current state of our publications? As we all know, that 1/3 of our publications are not or never been downloaded, even not even read. 1/3 of the publication, that's a lot, because there's a few problems with that. That's because there's lots of mediums where there's online, there's online hard copies, and also limited access to the journals to students and also researchers. 87% of the publications never appreciated or read. Close to half of all publications are in paid domains. So this limits a lot of interest in the certain areas, limited opportunity to address the evidence gap with limited time and analysis. There's a surging interest in EGM of late, and I already described that previously. And currently in 2017, there was about 60 maps been published. What is the importance of evidence gap mapping? So it prioritizes what is important, what are good quality papers they are there. They're able to present relevant and quality evidence, and papers are easily presented in a clear format. That means in one slide or one paper, you're able to present the relevant and quality evidence. You're able to prioritize your area or sub-interest area that needs to be highlighted. It facilitates the strategic use of limited research funding, highlights good primary research. That means it highlights also the good work that other papers has been done. It assists informed decision or guides for better decision making when deciding approach to new research. So what is evidence gap mapping? Actually, it's a systemic presentation of all available relevant evidence in a particular sector or subsector in one platform. So in one diagram, you'll be able to see a lot of information given rapidly. It's usually in the form of rows and columns. They use different axes. The axes that is used usually, but it doesn't have to be, it's usually outcome versus the intervention. Additional filters like study design, location, and subgroups are important, and you can add into your publications. It presents what evidence is there, but not what it says. That means it presents the topics that has been researched or has been published, but it doesn't actually tell you more about the topic. So that's what EGM is all about. There's a few groups that people that is maybe highlighting, or maybe they are the one leading the group in evidence gap mapping. That's the Oxford group and also the Campbell group. So the Campbell group and the Oxford group are pushing the evidence gap mapping in local publications and international available publications. So how to do EGM? Basically, you have a pre-specified protocol. It has to have a systemic search strategy. That means like clear cut what you want to look for. The framework is crucial, meaning the way you go about doing it. Outcome needs to be clearly highlighted depending on different topics. You also have to have a clear inclusion and exclusion criteria. Also, you can use different colors, sizes, shapes to highlight the importance of how big or how important the papers have been published or how much has been cited. So there's always questions about what evidence gap mapping, ROSES, what's the difference between systemic review and an EGM. So basically, there's less coding in EGM. There's less data in EGM because basically it summarizes what evidence is present, but it doesn't tell you a lot more about it. So as I said, there's a lot more information about it on Oxford Group and Campbell Group, and I'd like to go back to our take-home message. So basically, evidence gap mapping is universal. It can be applied to any field. That means medicine, science, any field at all. It's basically the building blocks of evidence architecture. It gives an interactive tool to make evidence more accessible. The framework is crucial in doing it. And also, it basically gives you rapid information or overview in policymakers and funding sources in areas of possible research. So it tells you what evidence is there right now, and possibly highlighting the research that you may want to look into. I'd like to thank you again for tuning in, and also feel free to ask questions at the end of it. I'd like to thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Sanjeev, for the informative presentation. So next, we move on to the next topic, which is rapid reviews, which will be presented by Associate Prof. Dr. Maizatun Atmadini Abdullah. Please welcome.
Assalamualaikum. Can you all see my slide?
Yes, Prof, we can see your slide.
Okay, I'm Dr. Maizatun from Histopathology Unit, Pathology Department. So the topic given to me is rapid review. It's quite a short presentation actually. Okay, so this is the outline of my presentation, definition of rapid review, characteristics of rapid reviews, and just one or two examples on previous studies of rapid reviews. Okay, let's see what is rapid review. Okay, rapid reviews are a form of evidence synthesis ideally suited to answering focused research questions, investigating emerging emerging topics, or assessing the current knowledge base surrounding a policy or practice. The components of the systematic review process are simplified actually, or omitted to produce information in a short period of time. So it's almost similar to systematic review, but it's done in a shorter period of time, and you need the result quickly. So it's done, it's completed quickly, and the time frames for conducting rapid reviews are lesser than systematic reviews. The methods follow the same as systematic reviews, and as well as the protocols, and which components to simplify or omitted are often determined by the nature of the topic or the types of information wanted by the organization for which the review is being conducted. So there is no one correct way to conduct these types of reviews. According to the Cochrane Handbook for Systematic Reviews of Interventions, the characteristics are similar to those of systematic review. They are a clearly stated set of objectives with pre-defined criteria for studies, an explicit reproducible methodology, a systematic search that attempts to identify all studies that meet the eligibility criteria, and assessment of the validity of the findings of the included studies, for example, through the assessment of risk of bias, and a systematic presentation and synthesis of the characteristics and findings of the included studies. So those are the characteristics of rapid review. It can be used for new and emerging topics, or for updating previously completed reviews, or policy development, implementation or assessment, or trying to compare different protocols done at different countries, for example. And rapid reviews are often completed internally for organizations and often not published. You can do in your organization, but just confined within the organization and not published. Okay, types of rapid reviews. They're also known as rapid systematic reviews, expedited reviews, rapid evidence synthesis, rapid evidence reviews, all the similar names, rapid evidence summaries, rapid evidence assessment, or evidence summaries, or evidence reviews. So those are other names for rapid review. How are rapid reviews different from systematic reviews? So rapid reviews can differ from systematic and other more rigorous reviews in a number of ways. One is inclusion or exclusion criteria may be used to limit the results because it's done in a shorter period of time. So you limit your criteria. And search strategies are often restricted by date, geography, language, or topic. And fewer sources are searched. So you have fewer databases, limited or no gray literature searching, and not including hand searching. And fewer reviewers may be used for the screening or data analysis stages. And this may include only using one reviewer in each stage. And another method is to use a second reviewer to check a small percentage of results to provide cross-checking and consensus. And the steps to a rapid review is similar to systematic reviews. First, you need to plan the review, search for the literatures, analyze your results, and then synthesize findings from included sources, write the review, and then publish the review. So what are the advantages and disadvantages of a rapid review? The advantages are shorter time frame, so you have quicker outcomes or results, and you only have one reviewer. And the limitations are the search is not as comprehensive as it uses fewer databases or limits type of studies. And a single reviewer offers more opportunity for bias or errors in selection process, and limitations and potential biases when omitting components of the review process. And interpretation of the findings can only be limited or cautious due to limitations in the review process, and it can also impact policy and practice, but systematic reviews are still needed. So it's a small, a shorter study, but you might need systematic reviews later for a more complete study. Okay, I'm just going to show one or two examples of rapid review. This is done during the COVID period. This is a rapid review of the impact of COVID-19 on the mental health of healthcare workers, implications for supporting psychological well-being. This is published in British Medical Journal of Public Health. So in this review, the background, the health and social care workers have carried a heavy burden during the COVID-19 crisis. So this rapid review was carried out to establish whether there are any identifiable risk factors for adverse mental health outcomes among the health and social care workers during the COVID-19 crisis. So what they did was they undertook a rapid review of the literature following guidelines by WHO and also Cochrane collaboration's recommendations. And they searched 14 databases, executing the search at 2 different time points. And they included published observational and experimental studies that reported the psychological effects on health and social care workers during the COVID-19 pandemic. And they included 24 studies in this review, and they reported that 18 out of 24 studies and most sample urban hospital staff, and they found that COVID-19 has a considerable impact on psychological well-being of frontline hospital staff. And nurses are at higher risk of adverse mental health outcomes during this pandemic. And also, there was no studies investigated the psychological impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on social care staff. And other risk factors are organic illness, female, concerns about family, fear of infection, lack of personal protective equipment, and close contacts with COVID-19. That's one example. Another example is a rapid review of advanced life support guidelines for cardiac arrest associated with anaphylaxis by Gray et al. They conducted a rapid review. The methodology, they search and compare current international and Australian ALS and allergy clinical guidelines, and search for systematic reviews and meta-analysis published in the last decade, and also a search for current systematic reviews and clinical trials. And the searches were conducted in a short period of time, just within 2 months, and May to June 2020. Okay, and they found a significant variation between ALS guideline recommendations for treating anaphylaxis, and there is no new evidence to suggest a systematic review of guideline recommendations is needed. And there may be an opportunity to produce more consistent international guideline recommendations and educational materials. So those are 2 examples of rapid review which can be done in a short period of time. Yeah, those are the findings. I don't think I have to elaborate more on this. I think that's all on the rapid reviews. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Maizatun, for the brief explanation. So we move on to the next topic, which is umbrella review, systematic review of reviews by Dr. Tan Kit Ang. Please welcome.
Dr. Maizatun, I think you have to allow me to share the screen.
Well, I'm trying.
No worries.
Cannot enlarge this thing. Where's the stop sharing button? Stop sharing.
On the top.
Top.
On the top of your.
Share content. Sharing. Oh, there. All right. Okay, stop sharing. Okay.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you. No worries. So can you all see my screen?
Yes, Doctor.
All right. So good day, everyone. This is Kit Ang from Department of Psychiatry. So I'm gonna give you a quick demonstration or presentation about umbrella reviews. All right. So here are my presentation outlines. I'm gonna first, talk about, the definition of UR, okay? And then what kind of objective that we can answer, what kind of objective that we can formulate. And then I'm gonna share 10 simple rules of conducting URs. And then I'm gonna conclude my presentation by showing you 2 examples, all right? So my hope is that by showing these 2 examples, you will know what kind of conclusion that we can derive, and then what kind of question that we can ask, all right? So definitions of UR, all right? So loosely speaking, URs are reviews of previously published systematic reviews, all right? URs. So UR represent one of the highest level of evidence synthesis, all right? So as you can see here, UR rank the tops, all right, in this, hierarchy. So what kind of objective that we can formulate? What we want to achieve from this UR? UR allows us to summarize the evidence from multiple research synthesis, all right? UR provides a means for us to obtain a rapid review of the evidence that address a broad, topic, all right? And then UR also provides an overall examination of the body of information that is available for a given topic. And lastly, UR allows us to compare and contrast the results of published systematic reviews, SRs. So here I'm gonna show you 10 simple rules of conducting URs as per Fusa, Poli, and Rajua. Step 1, all right, ensure that the UR is really needed, all right? So we have to address the gaps. What kind of gaps that we want to address? What kind of areas that remain understood, all right? That remain future studies, all right? That allow us to better understand the topics, all right? So that will be the first step, all right? Second step, we have to identify or write the protocols, all right? So the protocols, all right, should clearly define what are the methods that we use and what kind of plan that we're gonna do with the data analysis. And then we might need to use some so-called manual for us to define the inclusion and exclusion criteria like CICD and DSM-5. All right. And when writing the protocols, we have to follow some guidelines like PRISMA or MOOS. All right. I think we have covered this in the beginning of this webinar. All right. Next, step 3. So clearly define the variables of interest. All right. So to define the factors at each meta-analysis or systematic review had defined them. So we do not, create our own new definition. All right. Whenever possible, we follow the literature. All right. When defining the variables, do not, create new definitions. Okay. That would be the first step. The third step. All right. The fourth step. All right. So estimate a common effect size. As you know, different objective or different design will derive different parameters, right? So for case control studies, we might want to use standardized mean differences, all right, for continuous variables. And then for odd ratios, for binary variables, that we may need to have odd ratios, all right. And then for cross studies, all right, we may want to obtain incidence rate ratio, IRR. All right, although there are different parameters available, we can always use some converter, all right, to transform, all right, the effect sizes into a standardized effect size like ORs. Okay. Next, we have to report the heterogeneity and potential biases. All right. So one estimate that we can derive is of Agar tests. All right. Agar tests allow us to examine small study effects, and it also address some potential reporting biases. All right. So step 6. All right. So based on the statistics available at p-value, number of participants, I-square, confidence interval, and then Agar test, we can actually perform or do some classification. All right. So based on the classification, we can have 4 categories. All right. Class 1, convincing. Class 2, highly subjective. Class 3, subjective. Class 4, weak. And last one, non-significant. All right. I will give you an example on how should we, make the classification. Okay. Next, the next step. All right. So the step 7. All right. Conduct sensitivity analysis. All right. So this step is very important for us to establish the temporality of the association. But to conduct sensitivity analysis, we can only perform the analysis when the study involves prospective design. All right. And then the next step, all right, report transparent results. We may want to use tables, all right, to help us to present the results. I will give you some one example here, all right. So as usual, right, you have to report the number of participants, all right, p-value, I-square. This is for heterogeneity test, and then the Agar test, all right, SIC, all right, small study effect, and then the most important thing about this table, all right, we have to mention the classification, all right, for each variable. You see, we have classification number 1, number 2, number 3, so on and so forth. This is the gist of this table, all right. And then step 9, all right, how should we perform the analysis? Perhaps we can perform the analysis by using some software available out there like R. R allows us to perform the meta-analysis, all right. And then perhaps moving to the last step, 10, all right, the step 10, all right, we have to acknowledge the limitations. So as you know, URs only report what researchers have investigated, all right. So URs basically inherit most of the limitation of the included studies. If they assess association but not causation, then the UR will help us to address, association but not causation. All right. So these are the 2 examples. All right. So as you can see, this is how we formulate the objective. All right, to classify the strength of evidence for the association between X and Y. All right. And these are the conclusion. You see, the NACT, a particular NACT shows a convincing evidence of association. This is class 1. All right. So moving to the second piece of article. All right. So you see, this is how the researchers, they formulate their objective to synthesize the current evidence on the association between X and Y. And these are the conclusion the authors derive. All right. So I assure you, my presentation will finish about 10 minutes. So that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Tan, for your informative presentation. Okay, shall we move to the next topic, which is realist synthesis. Please welcome again Dr. Nur Azifah Ilham to start the presentation. Dr. Azifah, is everything okay?
Wait, give me 1 minute.
Sure.
Okay, can you guys see my slide? Can you guys see my slide?
Yes, yes, doctor.
Okay, thank you, Shahada. Okay, you guys see me again. Hope everybody okay. Stay with us for a while. So my next task is on realist synthesis, also known as a realist review. So our content today is the aim, some background, review process, and then we will go through some example. So what is the aim of the realist synthesis? Is basically it starts with a theory and ends with a theory. So it's to articulate underlying program theory and then to interrogate, to test the existing evidence to find out whether the theory are pertinent and productive. So what is the program theory? Theory that's hypothesize how a program is expected to work given a contextual influence and underlying mechanism of action. And it takes into account all the factors involved in determining program success or failure. And just some background of realist synthesis. It is initially developed by the Paulson and Tilly in 1997, and it focused on their understanding and unpacking the mechanism by which an intervention works or fails, toward thereby providing an explanation as opposed to a judgment about how it works. And the realist approach is fundamentally concerned with a theory development and refinement, accounting for the context as well as outcome in the process of systematically and transparently synthesizing relevant literature. And it is a literature review methodology for understanding how, for whom, and under what circumstances complex intervention function in a complex environment, which using a heuristic called the context mechanism outcome configuration. So it will provide theory about the interaction between intervention mechanism and their implication context. So we will understand better on the CMO configuration later. So this is what CMO. So context is an element in the backdrop environment of a program that has impact on the outcome. For example, demographic, legislation, or cultural norm. And then the mechanism, the context which mechanism will produce kind of outcome. You need to go through the mechanism to produce the outcome. The resources offered through a program and the way people respond to these resources, such as information, advice, trust, engagement, or motivation. And the outcome is the intended or unintended effect based on this context mechanism interaction. Example, changes, outlook, service update, decision making, resiliency, health outcome, or self-efficacy. And then this picture just represent the metaphor, the iceberg metaphor that the realist concept for ontological depth. So basically the reality is stratified in the layer. The ice below the surface of the water represent activated mechanism that produce the reality at the empirical observable level. And the water around the iceberg represent latent mechanism that form the substrate upon which mechanism activate in the conducive context. So basically, we want to get a better understanding, and we believe the underlying mechanism is really far below and almost unreachable. But we try to get it to know better by doing the realist synthesis. So when to use a realist synthesis or review? So when we want to evaluating a new initiative, pilot or innovative project or a program or any other intervention when there is evidence that the project or program works but it is not yet fully understand how, why or for whom. And then when we evaluating development intervention, they are intended to be expanded, replicated or scaled up or mainstream. And then when we want to evaluate project or program that have previously has mixed result, in order to have a better understanding why the result has been inconsistent. So, what are the difference between the realist synthesis or a typical systematic review? So, realist synthesis, we always start with a theory, and systematic review is a method-driven. In a realist synthesis, we don't really care about the hierarchy of the evidence, and a systematic review, it appraises evidence on the basis of the hierarchy. And then in realist synthesis, they will use all part of the primary research paper as evidence. And then in a systematic review, they use the result of the primary study in a meta-analysis. And then in realist synthesis, we use all kind of evidence, variety of resources, including ground literature and commentary. And while in the systematic, usually they use a primary result data. And in realist, we move away from generalization claims and advocate for cumulative of evidence, informed theory over the course of time, which is different with the system that we generalize the data across the context. So the review of realist synthesis, basically there are 4 to 5 steps. First of all, we need to define the scope of the review, and then search for the appraise of the evidence, then extract and synthesize finding, and then we develop narrative. So the first step define the scope of the review is basically we need to identify what is the C, what is the M, what is the O, to get to identify what is the theory that we want to test. And then in order to test for the relevant, we need to test the relevant. Does the research address that the theory under test? And the test for the rigor, does the research support the conclusion drawn from it by the researcher or the reviewer? And then the next, I will show you example for have a better understanding of a realist synthesis. So I will use this paper, the understanding the theoretical underpinning of the exercise component in a fall prevention program for all the adult with a mild dementia. So what is the objective and the focus of the review is basically first to identify the underlying program theory of strange and balanced exercise intervention targeted at those individuals that has been identified as falling and have a mild dementia. And then to explore how and why that intervention reduce fall in that population, particularly in the context of a community setting. And then what are the research questions? They want to know more. What strength and balance exercise? Why do these exercise reduce fall? And in what context do these exercise reduce fall in that population and to what extent? And then basically the method which identified by Paulsen et al. Which during the first stage they will do a brainstorming until they achieve the theoretical saturation. And And then they will follow the stage like I say before lah. And then I just want to show you how the program theory, the rough program theory looks like, which is basically based on the theme. So here, the theme here, the blue is the mechanism, the physiological changes, enjoyment, influenced by social and cultural beliefs, empowerment, and then encouragement, and also the exercise. And the light blue is the resources. And then the O is for the orange one is the context. And then if you guys want to know more regarding this research, it is published on 2019, where the result of the program theory, basically they postulate, they produce a new theory that the motivation as a mechanism underpinning exercise-based fall prevention program for the adult with a cognitive impairment. So this is another example of really synthesis, what really matter for the successes research environment. If you can see the objective here, basically they want
sini tak boleh. Tak tunggu sini boleh.
They basically want to know they want to assess in what environment that in what environment the research will be successful and in whom the research will be successful. So it is another example of the Rayleigh synthesis. So for the take-home message for Rayleigh synthesis, it is a methodology that extends the scope of a traditional systematic review, and it's increasingly used in the evaluation of a complex intervention, which seeking more to explain than judge if the intervention is effective or not by investigating why and what underlying mechanism to success or fail and to whom it works. So it will start with a theory and ends with the theory. So by that, I will end my lecture. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Dr. Azifa, for the presentation and explanation. So let's move to the final topic for today, which is mixed method review. And please welcome Ms. Salwana binti Ahmad to start the presentation.
Thank you, Shuhada. Can you listen my voice clearly?
Yes, clear.
All right. And my slide?
Yes.
Okay,
You
all
can
right.
see the slide.
Okay, I think this is last presentation, right? So I'm Salwana. I will be presenting a topic, mixed method systematic review. All right. Okay, aim of the review. First, we want to see the multidisciplinary topics or topics with a body of literature that includes quantitative, qualitative, and mixed method study. Number two, to identify research gap. Number three, to answer multiple questions in one systematic review. And number four, to integrate quantitative estimate of benefit and harm with more qualitative understanding. So for this approach, you will require, number one, very broad search or multiple structured searches. Number two, intensive resource of published and unpublished study. Number three, significant methodological skill. Number four, larger number of citation, and of course, longer search time. Okay, as you know from the beginning, systematic review seek to identify, to evaluate, to summarize all of the findings that relevant individual research studies on our clinical question or topic to make the available evidence more accessible to decision maker. So RCT is one is considered as a gold standard when proposing any medical treatments or management. So it is the best approach to get evidence of effectiveness, but it is actually is actually not regarded the qualitative method as one of the high quality evidence. But in reality, medical practitioner, doctor or nurses, policy maker, they have concern more than just cause and effect question that include in the RCT. They have more question related to the medical uncertainty and improve. They want to improve the coping strategy with the issue in the medical healthcare issue. So they have more than just one concern. So actually, to solve this problem, actually they need a wide range of research approaches utilized in the health field to generate knowledge for practice. So what actually they are concerned? Based on frame scale, other than intervention itself, they concern about the feasibility. Either the intervention is physically, culturally, or financially, practically possible to do. Appropriateness. Either the intervention relates to the context in which the care is given. Either the intervention is meaningful to the patient or the client in terms of their experience, opinion, value, thoughts, or belief, or interpretation. And of course, they want to see either the intervention effective with the health outcome at the end of the treatment. So if you have so many questions in your mind, for example, you have multi-dimensional environment, multiple components, multiple causal pathway complexity, multiple participants such as elderly, kids, or women, or you have so many things that you want to include in your review, so you might want to consider this approach for your systematic review. So by definition, mixed method review, it is a combination of quantitative and qualitative research technique, method, approaches, concept, or language into a single study. So you must know that you can include two types of data, which is quantitative and qualitative research technique. So quantitative and qualitative data types. So for example, here to easy for you to understand. So for example, you include clinical trials in your systematic review, economic studies, and qualitative studies. So you combine all of these three studies into one final summary of your review. So for example, here you want to have a clinical decision making on a disease management. Of course, you want the most effective treatment for your patient. It is acceptable for your patient, either it is giving pain or not to your patient, and you want your treatment is affordable by the patient to pay. So in your review, you will include all of these three studies. For example, in clinical trial, you will have quantitative data by having a questionnaire or measurement to see from the effectiveness study. Number two, you will include economic study, so maybe quantitative or qualitative data here. And number three, you are giving them an interview, or you observe them, so you ask them about their experience, their feelings, or their thoughts. So from here, you conclude all of multiple type of studies into one final summary. Also, okay, in mixed method review approach, there are three types of synthesis or data analysis. You might want to consider first what type of data you have. I mentioned just now you only can have two types, quantitative and qualitative, which you can combine them during your synthesis. For number one, segregated synthesis, you have here two types of your data. Number one is quantitative and qualitative. But for segregated, you will run the analysis or the synthesis separately. You cannot combine. And for quantitative here, you might want to change the data type into qualitative first by having a certain approach, for example, Bayesian approach, to have the data similar at the end of your synthesis. So for this segregated synthesis, at the end of your data presentation, you will have only a qualitative data presentation. So because you already convert quantitative into qualitative data. For number two is integrated synthesis. Here you have two types of data, both the same thing, quantitative and qualitative, but you can run them concurrently to support each other. So at the end of the data synthesis, you can present your data, your choice, either is quantitative or qualitative, each one, or you can put them together to support your finding, okay, or your result. And number three, the best one, contingent synthesis, which you can include all of the type of data you have, segregated, integrated, qualitative, or quantitative data. You can put all at once, but when you review your question, you do your analysis, you must do it one by one, one after another. For example, here you do a qualitative research question first, you get the result after the synthesis, and then you following by that result, you go for a quantitative, for example, and then you do all the synthesis one by one until you reach your final answer for your research question. Okay, see here is, I'm going to show you the example of the segregated approach. Remember, you cannot run them concurrently, but separately. So here is the example. The question is, you want to see the mindfulness-based intervention on nurses' stress and anxiety, and what is the benefit and challenge for them. So in this study, the example, the qualitative research, they have a qualitative data by having ethnographic study where question of experience, perception were asked to the nurses. And second one, they have a quantitative data from the quantitative research where the RCT comparing mindfulness-based intervention with standard intervention. So they run it, they have the journal, two types of, in one paper, but they have two types of data, qualitative and quantitative. At the end, they present the data separately. First is they suggest that the mindfulness training may decrease nurses' level of anxiety and depression, and at the same time benefit on nurses' psychological well-being and performance at work. So the suggestion or the conclusion at the end are separate. Number two is the integrated approach where you can combine. So here you see they want to know the barrier and enabler to self-management in adolescent with asthma. So qualitative research data, they get it by phenomenological study of adolescent with asthma. And they get also the data, quantitative data by having survey of adolescent with asthma conducted as part of a cross-sectional study. So the review question can be answered by both quantitative and qualitative study. Here in finding, you can see that the final result or the synthesis analysis, the final result will support each other. For example, number one, current clinical practice should focus on ensuring adolescents have the correct knowledge, belief, and positive attitude to self-manage their illness, and at the same time, it has been supported by a supportive environment that facilitate two-way communication, foster adolescent self-efficacy, and at the same time, the wider social influences. Okay, number three, the best one, you can include all type of the data synthesis. You want to see the effect of healthy eating intervention towards barrier of healthy eating in adolescent, and you want to know their perspective on healthy eating of intervention. So number one, you run by a quantitative research by having a RCT result comparing effectiveness of healthy eating interventions following. So one step after another, following by a qualitative research by having ethnographic study where question of experience, perspective were asked to children. And at the end, the recommendation of the appropriate findings will be using both qualitative and quantitative data resource that has been used from the beginning. So if you see here, for example, finding from Thomas et al. Report that intervention, yes, did have a small positive effect on increasing children's fruit and vegetable intake. And at the same time, they recommend that it is appropriate to promote fruit and vegetable as a tasty and exciting instead of healthy. Okay, I think I have reached my last slide. Before you go home, take this home message. Number one, you always can adopt mixed method research in health sciences that are relevant and sensitive to the health needs. So number two, you must have a clear direction. Sorry, number two, from this topic or mixed method approach, it can help you to have a clear direction for decision making, especially in healthcare system management. Number three, for you to do this mixed method review approach, there are no universally adopted method, no specific method for conducting mixed method review. You always can go free on yourself, but still follow the three step of data synthesis. But last not least, know your question well. You must know your research question well, the type of data you have, both quantitative and qualitative, and know how to present the data. And you must choose only what is only needed for your review. I think that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Harwana, for the brief presentation. So I think that's all the topic we have covered. So for the next agenda, I would like to invite Associate Prof. Dr. Chu Boon Hao
Yeah,
to
don't
deliver
forget
his
about me.
conclusion. Yes, no.
Okay, just stay on for another 10 minutes. There'll be a very interesting thing that I would share with you. And first of all, we would have a summary. Then I would have a quiz with a prize. And then I would have to share with you potential collaboration and networking for a systematic review project. Yeah. Okay. Right. So by now, I hope the webinar has achieved its objective of putting up to you all the different types of systematic reviews in medical and health sciences. And I would like to stress some points here that by right we would have understand there is a unique purpose and or strength for every type of review. However, there are also some similarities in them, especially when you have more than one objective in the review. Yeah, I'm sure you realize that. And also I want to draw the attention to you that conduct a review when it's really necessary. And this apply to any research that we want to do. We only do a research when we are very, very clear what we want to research about. And this also goes to the review that we want to do. So once you are very, very sure this review is very, very important, and how do we know that? And how do you know that? How do you as a reviewer and your team know that? If in your background and your review questions are very, very clear, you are very, very clear, very, very sure what you want to do and how to do it, you have very, very clear research or review questions, then you are better motivated to do it. As you know, it cannot be simply done. Yeah, it have to be robustly done. And one of the robust and rigorous manner of it is a comprehensive search. There are so many studies, papers that you need to screen through and data to be extracted. Yeah, and to do this rigorously and well, then I think we need additional dedicated costs. Yeah, and you feel free to let us know in the evaluations form later on what exactly that you think CRU could help in organizing some further expert level kind of how to do courses on certain type of review. Yeah, because if you want to do it well, you really need to take a good course on it. And on this same note, also I want to also say that all of us, even though we have PhD, even you are doing a PhD, you cannot be knowing everything. Yeah, most of us and most of the PhD students are qualified persons is likely to be expert in just one type of review or two or three, but it cannot be everything. If you need to do a different type of review or research, so then we need to collaborate or we need to take extra additional costs. Yeah. Okay, so my another conclusion is that systematic review is compulsory for every new research. I would love to say that, yeah. And I think Malaysia funders and many JK ethics committee all that are taking up this very soon. Without you showing that there's a real gap in certain things that before you do it, then you are likely not to get a good appraisal or comments. And yeah, and don't do a research because you have to do it. And since you have to do it, so why not do it well? Yeah. Okay, and conducted a good systematic review would also help you a lot in conceptualizing, meaning get clear concepts and operationalizing your variables well. It can be many ways of doing the same thing, but if you have done a systematic review, you will get a very good idea as how to do it best. Okay, and systematic review also has been proven to be a very important step that you can reduce further research waste and also increase the value of your research. And because from systematic review, we learn from the previous studies what the omission, what the commission that is good or not good. And from the quality assessment, critical appraisal of many studies done by the reviewer, either we will have a conclusion of very good evidence, then we shouldn't do any more study. Yeah, we probably just want to do some study about quality, this practice improvement, quality initiative evaluation, that kind of thing, not further study. Yeah, if the systematic review show that the evidence is modest, uncertain, then probably you want to do a bigger scale study. You don't want to repeat small scale study. That just would give you another modest, uncertain evidence. Yeah, and you can do a small scale study if there's no evidence or little evidence, that kind of thing. Okay, so I just put out a screenshot of an essay just to know if we want to do a new one, don't forget the old one, because that's where we can learn a lot of lessons. Right, so are you ready for a quiz? I got a book here as a prize for the winner. Because if you're ready, then I would run the quiz, and everyone has to join in at the same time, because there'll be a timer countdown for every quiz. There'll be just 120 seconds that you have to put in your answer. Maybe I stop sharing first. Okay. So if you're having a smartphone, then you can scan the QR code. If you're on the desktop, so you can go to this website, yeah, and then key in the code, and then I will start the quiz. And there are actually links. There are links actually link to the full text. You have the time actually at least 1 minute to check the full text for answer. Yeah. If you couldn't get the
Prof,
full text, just let me know.
Prof, sorry.
Sorry.
Sorry for interrupting. Are you sharing something?
No, I've just shown the slide. Can you all see that slide with the QR code?
We can't see the slide actually.
Oh, you can't see because I moved away. Let me then stop again. Right. Okay, so this is I need to go. You will see my okay. Have you all logged on? Okay, I can see some people are coming on. Okay, so be ready. There will be a countdown, yeah. So you can see still people are coming on. I'm not sure whether each of these icons represent one person. But you keep coming on, coming on. I will move on. Right. If you have any problem, you let me know. It looks like there are still many more people are coming on. Maybe I will just wait for another minute. Okay, again, if you're on a desktop, you can go to the website, key in the code. If you are using a smartphone, you can scan the QR code here. Okay, still people are coming on. I will start the countdown. Yeah. I'm not sure whether all have joined. Wow. Very, very nice icons. Okay. Can I start the countdown? Well, still people are coming on. Let me show. Are you all ready?
I think they're all ready, Prof.
Okay, yeah. Once I count down, you actually move on, and people who actually came late may not be able to get it. So again, last time if you're on the desktop, go to the website, key in the code. If you're with a smartphone, scan the QR code. I'm going to count down now. Okay, so you should be able to see the questions now. Look at your phone. The fastest you answer the right answer, you will get the higher marks. Yeah. But you have 120 seconds. There's a you can click on the link here, URL, to get to the full paper to find the answer. This shouldn't be very difficult. First one. Okay, so we move on to the second one. Yeah, there are just 25 people on this quiz. So be prepared. The second one is coming. Oh, this is a kind of a leaderboard. So there are, I forgot to inform you, you want to have something identifiable name to yourself, so that or else you have to tell us who are you so that you can get a prize. So we got one, the first questions, apples get a higher score. Yeah. Okay, now move on to the second questions. You should see the URL link on top of the title. Okay, 24 people have responded to the questions. One more. Is time is going to be out. 10 seconds. Okay, so we have only one person get this right. Okay, see the leaderboard. So we have Elsa here. Not sure whether got Anna here or not. So Elsa now is on the top. So we are ready for the third one. For this question, there's just one minute, 1 minute, 60-second countdown. Okay, 8, 7, going to end. Quick. Okay, time's up. So, okay, so you can see question 2 and 3, there are 2 right questions. We can discuss and explain later. So let's see who is the winner. So, okay, added up. So the winner is Tati. I don't know who are you, but you better tell us who you are. And also give us your contact and your address so they can post the book to you. Okay. Did y'all see the answers all that? Or Tati is here, Tatiana. Please give us your contact and address if you are okay with that, because we need to have that so they can post the book to you. If you are somewhere in UPM, then I would be happy if you can drop by to CRU to get the book. Oh yeah, congrats, Tatiana. Right, I have one last thing to share with you, which is open to everyone, including the speaker. This is about the last question that you have seen. I would like to invite all of you, including the speakers, to join this project. It's a real Kwame project. Systematic review, a scoping review, yeah, and slightly or like Leolis review also to check the landscape of the research published by the Malaysian institution and Malaysian researcher from the year 1962 until 2020 or even 2021. And I realized that this project is very, very huge. And because we have almost concluded on a discipline, on a primary care discipline of what are the research being done and published since 1962 until 2019. And we have the smaller group of investigators for that discipline, almost like 20 of us, and we have taken up to like 2 years, and we have selected through like 3,000-4,000 papers, and ultimately we selected almost like 1,000 paper to have the data retrieved and analyzed. So we are now in the midst of updating the search to year 2020, and we want then I want to have other discipline also being done, and realizing that this is a huge project. So we would invite any one of you to, if you're interested, to learn about systematic review under some guidance. If you're interested about also being involved in this project, then feel free to read the preprint, and also scan the QR code. It's a Google form. Tell me your interests in which area, and once we get a sizable numbers of people, then we may call you to give you more details, and also there'll be some training as well for the second part of the project. The first part is about landscape, about types and extent areas of research. Who are the researchers involved? What institutions were involved? Whether any collaboration between Malaysians and overseas researchers. And the second part will be assessing the quality of the research based on the published paper. So that part, if you are involved, then we will actually organize some training to. It's a quality indicators as a screening kind of a quick screening of research paper. Yeah. Okay, so with that, we have finished the webinar this morning. If you have any questions with regards to the Real Kwame project, and if you have any questions or feedback on this webinar, feel free to tell us. I think the organizing community also have some link for the evaluations about this webinar. And Suhada, you want to